What if the very foundation of history is built on whispers and shadows, cunningly crafted to conceal the truth? What if the glorious tapestry of the French Empire hides treachery so profound it could ignite revolutions in the hearts of the unsuspecting? Beneath the gilded facade of palaces and the intoxicating aroma of fresh baguettes lies an underbelly of deceit, betrayal, and blood-soaked ambition. Can you hear it? The echo of secrets long buried, waiting for a spark to ignite chaos. Napoleon Bonaparte, myth or man? A strategist or a schemer? His rise fueled by dreams of glory, his ambitions cloaked in the blood of the vanquished. Was he a visionary reformer or merely a narcissistic puppeteer, pulling the strings of history for his own twisted amusement? Each conquest, each battalion crushed beneath his iron fist, lays another brick in a temple of tyranny worshipped by those too blind to see the puppeteer behind the curtain. History likes its heroes, it adores their tales. But what if those tales are merely smoke, veiling the fire of something darker? The guillotine, France's ultimate symbol of justice, but who decides who gets the blade? Is it the virtuous willing to sacrifice for the greater good, or the hungry rat skittering through the shadows, waiting for the chance to feast on the carcasses of the virtuous? The streets pulse with life, laughter mingling with the stench of desperation. It's a carnival of chaos, and you can almost taste the irony as laughter dances with the spectre of death. Whispers of the old regime echo in candlelit taverns, where revolutionaries passionately plot and jesters spin tales laden with truths too perilous to speak aloud. Have you ever considered what it means to play with fire? To dance on the precipice of anarchy with a grin? The common folk, how easily they become pawns in a game played by kings, their dreams snatched away like bread from a starving child. In every revolution lies a grim humor. A bitter irony that laughter can cut deeper than any sword. And there's the pulse of Paris, thrumming with the heartbeats of the ambitious and the desperate. Secrets float like dandelion seeds in the wind, and with each breath, you inhale the intoxicating scent of possibility mingled with danger. Who will rise to power next? Who will fall? Will it be a laugh or a gasp that heralds the end? The French Empire is not just a chapter in a dusty book, it's a cacophony of lives intertwined, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, betrayal, and madness. The revolutionaries, the aristocrats, the dreamers, they're all caught in a game, and the stakes. Oh, they're higher than you can fathom. So, are you ready to face the truth lurking in the shadows? Or will you turn your back on the whispers and let history march on, unbeknownst to the lives snuffed out in its relentless quest for power? The choice is yours. But be warned, once you peer into the abyss, it gazes back, hungry for more. The thick fog lay heavy over the fields of Soissons, shrouding the land in an eerie silence that seemed to swallow all sound. A chill in the air sent shivers down the spine of every soul who dared tread there. A lone figure, cloaked in tattered furs, stood at the edge of a clearing, his breath visible in the dim light. Clovis, the son of Child Eric, the man who would soon become the father of a nation, clenched his fists, his heart racing wildly. Every pulse was a drumbeat of anxiety, the pounding echoing in his ears like a war cry. The ground beneath him felt alive, as if it could sense the weight of history waiting to be forged. He could hear the distant clang of swords, the battle cries of his warriors clashing against the Franks. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and fear, the taste of victory so close yet so distant. Just beyond the tree line, his troops awaited his command, their faces a tapestry of hope and trepidation. He was their king, their leader, yet the shadows of self-doubt loomed large. Would he rise to the occasion, or would he falter like so many before him? A kingdom was at stake. "God, give me strength," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper against the howling winds. The echoes of his ancestors seemed to taunt him from the depths of time, reminding him of the blood that stained the soil beneath his feet. He remembered the tales of old, the fires that burned bright and the heroes who fell to darkness. Would his own story be one of glory, or would he be yet another ghost trapped within the annals of history? Nearby, a woman watched, her heart heavy with trepidation. Clotilde, a princess of the Burgundians, felt the weight of her own choices pressing down on her chest. She had pledged to marry Clovis for peace, yet here she stood, torn between love and loyalty. The sight of him, so resolute yet so vulnerable, made her heart ache. She had witnessed his transformation from a reckless youth to a calculating leader, and now, as he prepared to face the Franks, she feared he might lose himself in the chaos. "Will you bring honor to our name, my love?" she whispered to the wind, her own heart a prisoner of the choices they had made. "Or will you shatter the dreams of those who trust you?" Her thoughts danced like fireflies in the night, flickering between hope and despair. She could almost see the future shimmering before her, a future she longed to embrace but feared to touch. And then there was the old warrior, a ghost of a man named Aurelian, whose spirit had been forged in battles long since faded into the mist of memory. He had fought for kings who had turned to dust, and now he stood by Clovis, a mentor haunted by the weight of his failures. "What have you to prove, boy?" he growled, his voice gravelly with age and loss. "Do you think power can be grasped like a sword? It will cut you just as easily." Aurelian's eyes were dark pools of wisdom and sorrow, reflecting a lifetime of bloodshed. "Every king believes he is the one," he continued, "but it is the throne that owns you, not the other way around." The old warrior's words hung in the air like a dense fog, thick with the stench of regret. Clovis needed to hear this. He needed to understand that with every crown came a cost, a debt that had to be paid in pain and sacrifice. The sound of clashing steel broke the silence. It was now or never. Clovis looked back at his warriors, their faces lined with fear and anticipation. He raised his sword, the metal catching the fleeting light, a beacon amidst the darkness. "For the Franks! For our future!" he shouted, his voice tearing through the tension like a knife. And then they charged, a wave of bodies and shouts, the ground trembling beneath their feet, the air thick with the screams of the dying. Clovis led the charge, but with every step, he felt the weight of his ancestors pressing down, the ghosts whispering their doubts. He fought valiantly, each swing of his sword a testament to the legacy he wished to create. But as blood splattered across his face, he felt something shift within him, a stirring of dread. Was he becoming the monster he swore to fight? As the battle raged on, Clotilde watched with bated breath, every heartbeat a prayer for his safety. She had woven her dreams with his, a fragile tapestry of ambition and love. If he fell today, if he tasted defeat, would it not rip her heart asunder? The clang of swords echoed in her mind, drowning out her thoughts, and she pressed her hands to her ears, as if to block the onslaught of fear. Aurelian fought beside Clovis, a whirlwind of experience and tenacity, but each swing of his sword felt heavier than the last. Memories of fallen comrades surged, each face a reminder of his own mortality. "Stay true, boy! Stay true," he roared, but the chaos surrounded them like a tempest, and Clovis was no longer just a king, he was a man fighting against the tides of fate. But fate is fickle, and in the midst of the fray, a dark shadow loomed. A fierce warrior, a rival from a fallen tribe, met Clovis with a ferocity that sent shivers down his spine. Their swords clashed, metal screaming against metal, sparks flying as each man pushed the other to his limits. Clovis felt the weight of every choice he had ever made, every life he had lived, crashing down upon him. This was not merely a battle for land, this was a battle for his soul. "Your kingdom will crumble," the rival spat, rage in his eyes, "you are nothing without blood." And Clovis, fueled by the ghosts of his forefathers, felt a wave of fury rise within him, a storm of history ready to be unleashed. But just as he felt ready to break through, an echo of doubt pulled him back. Was he merely a puppet dancing to the strings of destiny? The answer hung heavy in the air as he swung his sword once more. And amid the chaos, the cosmic dance of fate played on. The shadows cast by their struggle stretched long across the battlefield, the cries of the dying mixing with the triumphs of the living. Here in this moment, history did not just begin, it raged on, twisting and turning, leaving a mark on the soil where blood mingled with dreams. As the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue over the land, Clovis felt it, the weight of history. It wrapped around him like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. Victory or defeat, it mattered little, the echoes of the past would forever haunt him, the cries of those who had fallen resonating in his heart. And amidst the cacophony of battle, the very essence of a nation flickered, alive yet fragile, like a candle in a storm. Clovis, Clotilde, Aurelian, each bound by choice, by love, by the relentless march of time, were caught in a moment that would forever shape the course of the land. But the battle was far from over, it was merely the beginning, a chapter yet unwritten, a story that would ripple through the ages, pulling every soul deeper into its snare. Time continued to tick, the shadows lengthening, and as the evening dusk descended, a new dawn awaited, the rise of a kingdom, the genesis of a French state, echoing with the breaths of those who dared to dream amidst the chaos. The moon hung low over the grim silhouettes of Paris, a cold beacon illuminating the sharp edges of a world teetering on the brink. Louis, the boy king, stood motionless in the vast courtyard of the Palais de la Cite, the chill of impending doom gnawing at his spine. Shadows loomed, stretching across the cobblestones, whispering secrets of betrayal and blood. He could feel it, the pulse of history thrumming in his ears, the weight of 1,000 foreboding eyes watching, waiting. "I remember when I thought power was a lion's roar," he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips, "but all I hear now is the howl of wolves." His heart raced, the air was thick with tension, a prelude to a storm that threatened to sweep him away. In the flickering torches, he caught sight of his mother, Queen Isabel, her face a mask of iron and agony. She'd borne the crown, yet the crown had never borne her. The love she had for her son twisted like a thorny vine, binding her to a fate she never chose. "I remember the promises," she whispered, her voice cracking like old parchment, "the oaths sworn in the light of day, but where is that light now? Where is our future?" The weight of her despair hung between them, palpable and suffocating, like the smoke of a burning pyre. A chill raced through Louis as he grasped the significance of his lineage, the Capetian blood coursing through his veins like molten steel, forged in war and treachery. He was the latest in a long line of kings, bastions of power crafted from the ruins of their ancestors. Yet power felt like a curse, a gilded cage, and every heartbeat echoed the legacy of sins that haunted him. And then there was Philippe, the young noble, red of face and wild of spirit, standing uncomfortably at the edge of their world. He had once been a friend, a confidant, but the laughter they shared had soured into bitter silence, overshadowed by the looming specter of ambition. Philippe, with his unkempt hair and eyes ablaze with dreams, had looked to the future with reckless abandon, yet now he was a tempest, swirling in a storm of envy and despair. "I remember when you believed in us, Louis," Philippe shouted, anger crackling like lightning in the night air. "You stand there, draped in finery, while we drown in the filth of your royal games. Do you not see? We are nothing but pawns in this twisted chess match of your making." Every word stung, stripped bare the facade of friendship, revealing the raw, pulsing wound of betrayal that throbbed between them. Louis clenched his fists, the ornate rings biting into his skin as he grappled with his own demons. "You think it's easy, Philippe," he countered, voice quaking with the weight of his crown. "You think I chose this? This throne is a pyre, and I am the flame." The silence that followed was deafening. The weight of unspoken truths hung heavily, a dense fog of regret and resentment. It settled around them like a shroud, the world outside a cacophony of feasting and revelry, while they stood on the precipice of their own despair, the laughter of the court mocking them from a distance. In that moment, the moonlight shimmered, casting ghostly patterns across their faces. Each flicker was a memory, a dream of a better world, of laughter, warmth, the scent of blooming flowers. But those dreams felt distant now, mere echoes fading into the shadows of the night. "I see ghosts," Louis finally whispered, his voice breaking like glass. "The shadows of our ancestors, watching, judging. They don't whisper sweet nothings, they speak of blood and treachery." Philippe's jaw tightened, his eyes darting to the shadows flitting beyond the torches. "Then let us not be like them. We can change this. Together." The fire in his voice was a desperate plea, a flicker of hope in a world gone dim. But hope, like time, could be a cruel mistress, and the moment hung suspended, taut as a bowstring, ready to snap. Louis could feel the weight of the crown pressing down on him, like a noose tightening around his neck. He thought of his father, the king who had fallen, the whispers of betrayal that haunted their family. Would he bear that burden, that legacy of broken promises and lost dreams? "Together," he echoed, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. "Together is a luxury we can't afford. Look at what it has cost us." His eyes met Philippe's, and in that gaze, a silent understanding flickered. They were trapped in a web spun by the dead and the living, the past and the future colliding in a cacophony of pain. "I remember the days of laughter," Philippe breathed, and for a moment, the tension fractured, revealing the boyhood dreams that had once bound them. Can we not chase that light? Can we not fight for each other? Fight! Louis shot back, his voice dripping with irony. What is a king if not a monarch of fear? We are the puppets of fate. The strings are pulled by those we cannot see. The wind howled in agreement, a mournful symphony that echoed the despair of a kingdom on the edge of ruin. The stars above dimmed, as if the cosmos itself mourned for the lost souls wandering in the darkness below. I will not be a pawn, Philippe said fiercely, the fire still flickering in his chest. I refuse to let the shadows define us. And in that moment, Louis felt the shift, the tide rising, the storm gathering. His heart pounded like war drums, the rhythm of destiny thundering in his ears. The confrontation loomed on the horizon, dark and inevitable, as they stood on the brink of a power struggle that could shatter everything they had ever known. The moonlight lingered, casting long shadows that danced with foreboding, as the echoes of ancient kings whispered in the corners of their hearts. The foundations of royal power shook, tremored beneath the weight of their dreams, their fears, their blood. In that frozen moment, every heartbeat thudded with uncertainty, every breath heavy with the promise of an uncertain future. They were bound by history, yet yearning for freedom, each thread pulling taut, ready to snap. There was no resolution here, only the grim understanding that the night was far from over, and the dawn would not come without a reckoning. As the darkness deepened, the stage was set, the players poised on the edge of their choices, teetering between loyalty and ambition, loss and hope. The dance of power was just beginning, and every heartbeat echoed with the promise of more, of what was yet to unfold, an unending cycle of dreams, shadows, and kings. The air hung thick with the stench of smoke and blood, the remnants of a battle that had morphed from a distant clamor into a horrifying symphony of chaos. The sun, a cruel overseer, bled above the horizon, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the muddy ground, each ripple a ghost of the fallen. A horse's cry pierced the cacophony, a desperate plea echoing through the valley, a sound that rattled in the chest of every soldier, filling them with a dread that clung like wet cloth to their skin. In this moment, as the clash of steel rang out like the world's dirge, I remembered the faces of those I had lost, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. In the midst of this pandemonium was Jean, a man forged in the fires of vengeance. He had come to this cursed land not for glory, but to reclaim the honor of his family, tarnished by a history of betrayal. I watched him, heart racing, as he plunged his sword into the heart of an English knight, the life draining from the man's eyes, a flicker of disbelief lingering there, a remnant of a soul who had once believed he would return home. Jean's own eyes, once so full of laughter, were now empty voids, haunted by the ghosts of his choices. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving as violence wrapped around him like an embrace, the thrill of battle mingled with the bitter taste of regret. Then there was Eleanor, the heart of the French resistance, a woman unyielding like the stone walls of Orleans, yet deep down, she was a tempest of indecision. She stood behind the lines, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered banner that had once flown proud above her town. For France, she yelled, but the words tasted of iron on her tongue. I could see her fear, a flickering candle threatened by the winds of war. She longed to fight, to feel the pulse of the battle in her veins, yet the burden of responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. She could be a hero, or she could condemn them all. Would she lead them into glory, or into the abyss? It was chaos personified, each clash of sword meeting shield like thunder cracking the sky. Distant screams morphed into a haunting melody, an anthem of despair echoing through the valley, urging the hearts of men towards madness. I remember every face, every lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a canvas of humanity erased in a single stroke. The weight of death was palpable, pressing down on my chest like a leaden shield. With every heartbeat, I felt the universe contracting, a cosmic joke where life teetered on the edge of annihilation. And then there was Richard, the English commander, his heart a tempest of pride and desperation. He stood on the battlefield like a statue, a lion amongst men, but the truth was a dagger buried deep within him. His family name was a crown of thorns, with each death on this field, he felt the thorns dig deeper. He remembered the lessons of his father, whispered in the shadows of their castle. Honor, they said, was worth any price. Yet here he stood, battling both the enemy and his own conscience, a soul fractured under the weight of legacy. In the blink of an eye, he would trade it all for a moment of peace, a fleeting dream of home. As the battle raged on, I saw Jean and Eleanor converge, the energy between them crackling like the very air before a storm. She fought beside him, the flicker of hope in her eyes ignited by the fire of his resolve. He was her anchor, a beacon of strength in a sea of despair. And yet, with every swing of her sword, the shadows of doubt loomed larger. Was she meant to be a warrior, or merely a shadow of the past? "Fight, Eleanor," he shouted, his voice rising above the tumult, a clarion call that resonated deep within me. But there was something fragile in her expression, an acknowledgement of the heavy cost that lay ahead, a sacrifice woven into the fabric of their fate. She could see it, the mirror of her own soul reflected in his eyes, both burdened by the weight of their choices. And just like that, the moment broke. A single arrow, a cruel twist of fate, found its mark in Jean's side. The world slowed to a crawl, the chaos around him fading into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sharp intake of breath. I could feel the shock reverberate through the battlefield, rippling like a stone cast into a pond. His eyes widened, not in fear, but in a raw understanding of mortality. "Eleanor," he gasped, collapsing to his knees, the sword slipping from his grasp, clattering onto the earth. Time stood still, the sun seemed to dim, the light retreating into the shadows. As she rushed to him, her heart raced, each beat echoing like thunder in her ears. She cradled his head in her lap, her hands trembling as she pressed against the wound, a futile gesture against the inevitable tide of death. "Stay with me, Jean! Stay with me!" Desperation seeped into her voice, a haunting melody of grief that unfurled like a dark cloud above them. His breath was shallow, each exhalation a reminder of the fragility of life, as he whispered words of comfort that felt like ashes on her tongue. "I fought for you, for our future." And in that moment, I understood, this war was not just a battle of kingdoms, it was a war of the heart, where the very essence of humanity hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of oblivion. But Richard, witnessing the scene unfold from afar, felt a tumult of emotions raging within him. With each offbeat pulse of the battle, he grappled with his own fate, torn between victory and the haunting realization that every death here was a shadow cast upon his soul. He could almost hear their cries, the ghosts of those who had fallen, each face a reminder of the cost of pride. As the sun dipped lower, casting the battlefield into a deepening twilight, the cries of the wounded mingled with the whispers of the dying, a haunting lullaby that echoed through the air. Time slipped away, an unyielding river carrying the remnants of a once vibrant world. And there, upon the blood-soaked earth, the stories of Jean, Eleanor, and Richard spiraled into the void, their fates intertwined, caught in the relentless tide of history that would sweep them away, as life continued its cruel and unrelenting march forward. And I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the beauty and the horror, the laughter and the tears as I stood, trapped in a cycle without end, waiting for the moment when everything would change again, when the weight of history would press down upon us once more. The clamor of the court was a cacophony of ambition and dread, each whisper a dagger, each murmur a spark that ignited the air thick with secrets. I stood among the throng, the scent of sweat and desperation wrapping around me like a shroud. The grand hall of the Louvre loomed high above, its stone walls echoing laughter that was brittle, its grandeur tinged with decay. Here, the Valois reigned, yet power felt fleeting, like smoke slipping through grasping fingers. I remember the flicker of candlelight, casting shadows that danced like phantoms, and beneath that flicker, the pulse of history surged. I remember Philippe, the Duke of Orleans, his brow furrowed with the weight of dreams unfulfilled. His hands, calloused from both the sword and diplomacy, trembled as he clutched a letter, a thin parchment that had the power to shift allegiances like autumn leaves swept by the wind. In his heart, ambition throbbed like a drum, relentless, yet fear gnawed at him, a hungry beast. Would it be his brother, Charles, the king, who sought to cast him into the abyss of betrayal? The very thought stung. Brothers should share blood and dreams, but in this world of cutthroat politics, trust was an illusion, a mirage in the desert. And then there was Isabel, the Duchess of Burgundy, her beauty a blade that cut through the noise, sharp and dangerous. She was a chameleon in a world of wolves, her smile a facade that masked a tempest of emotions. I remember the way her laughter rang out, a melody that froze in the throats of those who heard it. Was it joy or mockery? She danced through the court, her silk gown swirling, the fabric whispering secrets that only I could hear. She sought power, yes, but in her eyes flickered a desperate plea, the longing for love, for a connection that transcended politics. She played the game, yet her heart remained a prisoner of her own machinations. The tension in the hall was palpable, a taut string stretched to its breaking point. As I watched Philippe and Isabel navigate the treacherous currents of intrigue, I felt the weight of their choices press upon me, a churning storm ready to unleash chaos. The air thickened, as if laden with the breath of centuries. I remembered the tales of kings and queens, of glory and blood, and the realization struck me, these were mere mortals, trapped in a web spun by fate and desire. Then it happened, a scream, raw and visceral, cutting through the laughter like a blade through flesh. The court fell silent, a collective gasp as all eyes turned toward the door. A figure stumbled in, face pale, eyes wide with terror. "They've come for him!" The words echoed, a twisted refrain. Time warped, the heartbeat stretched into eternity. Philippe's gaze locked onto Isabel, a silent question hanging heavy between them. Would he stand to protect his brother, or would he seize the moment, casting aside family for the thirst of power? The tension knotted in my gut. I could almost taste it, bitter and metallic. "Charles!" Philippe's voice cracked like a whip, but the king had already entered, shoulders squared, a lion striding into a den of hyenas. His presence demanded attention, reverence, but shadows flickered across his face, darkening the golden crown. Had he seen the letter? Had he felt the betrayal brewing in the depths of his own bloodline? I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a man grappling with the specter of his own making. A silence stretched out, thick and suffocating, as Charles' gaze swept over the assembly. "I am your king," he declared, but there was a quiver in his tone, a chink in the armor of authority that only the sharpest of ears could catch. The words hung in the air, a challenge and a plea, all at once. I felt the tension coil tighter, like a spring ready to unleash chaos. Isabel's smile faltered, momentarily exposing the vulnerability hidden beneath her poised exterior. "A king without loyalty is but a jester in a crown," she spat, her voice laced with venom. The word struck like a thunderclap, igniting the sparks of confrontation. Philippe stood between them, a reluctant arbiter caught in the storm of emotions, his heart torn asunder. And in that moment, I remembered the tales of past kings, of battles fought not just on fields but in the chambers of the heart. The Valois, a family entwined in love and loathing, power and peril. I felt the weight of their lineage pressing down, the echoes of past sins reverberating through time. Each decision rippled outward, threatening to engulf them all. "Enough!" Charles thundered, his voice echoing through the hall, shattering the fragile stillness. "I will not have my reign questioned by those I call family." But his words, meant to assert control, felt like desperation wrapped in arrogance, and I could see the cracks forming in his facade, shadows creeping across his heart. In the flickering candlelight, I felt the hearts of these flawed warriors, fighting not just for a crown, but for a sense of belonging, for the love they feared they could never attain. The air was thick with unspoken words and choices, each moment a step closer to the precipice. I remember the way Philippe clenched his jaw, a mixture of resolve and terror etched across his face. The moment was delicate, fraught with the potential for betrayal or redemption. And I, a mere observer, felt the gravity of their struggles weighing heavy on my soul, a silent witness to the rise and fall of dynasties. As they drifted toward confrontation, I could feel the weight of the future pressing in, a dark tide ready to sweep them all away. The shadows in the hall grew longer, as if the very walls creaked under the burden of history. And as the moment hung suspended, I understood one truth: in the Game of Thrones, love and loyalty were often just illusions, and the real battle lay not in the halls of power, but within the human heart. In the shadows, hope flickered, fragile but persistent, waiting for a chance to blaze. And as I stood on the precipice of their fate, I knew this was only the beginning of a tale steeped in blood, ambition, and the haunting echoes of dreams unfulfilled. The air hangs thick, heavy with the scent of smoke and fear, like a storm about to break. Shadows dance across the cobblestones of Paris as the sun sinks low, painting the sky a blood-red hue, a warning, perhaps, or merely an omen. I stand on the edge of a crowd, trembling, heart racing, as cries of rage and anguish erupt like fireworks. The street is alive, a pulsing vein of humanity, raw and exposed. Burn them, someone shouts, a voice laced with the venom of conviction. My stomach churns. A pyre stands prepared, its wood stacked like the remnants of shattered dreams. The flames flicker in hungry anticipation, ready to consume flesh and spirit alike. I can feel the crackle of tension in the air, it's palpable, alive, coursing through me. All around, faces are turned toward the spectacle, eyes wide with an intoxicating mix of fear and fascination. In that moment, I remember the weight of doubt pressing against my chest, the whispers of forbidden thoughts curling like smoke in the corners of my mind. I remember my father, a devout man with a heart forged in the fires of belief, warning me of the heretics, those wretched souls who dared to challenge the church. They will lead you to damnation, he would say, shaking his head, the trembling hands of a man clinging to the remnants of faith. But what if his faith was the flame, and I was merely the moth drawn too close? Then there's Eloise, her laughter ringing like a chime in my ear just days ago, before all this madness. Her spirit was relentless, a raging river carving through the stone of societal expectations. She stood against the tide, defiant and wild, while I cowered behind the walls of tradition. We have to think for ourselves, she'd said, her eyes ablaze with a fire that could rival the sun. How could I have known that her courage would lead her here, to the very precipice of destruction? I clutched the amulet she gave me, its cool surface a reminder of her once bright light. The crowd thickens, a beast of bodies surging forward, hungry for spectacle, thirsting for blood. In their eyes, I see the reflection of my own fears, a collision of despair and longing, a desire for something more than ritual and rote. But what will it cost? Will we become the very monsters we fear? I glance back at the pyre, the wood groaning under the weight of unyielding grief. I remember the young man they've tied there, eyes wide and pleading, a life reduced to a whisper of accusation. Heretic, they call him, like a death sentence wrapped in disdain. Please, he cries, voice cracking, falling like stones upon stone. My heart lurches, it wants to reach out, to hold, to comfort, but the crowd is a tide, and I am but a leaf caught in its current. Amidst the chaos stands Jacques, a man with a heart as heavy as the iron shackles that once bound the innocent. His hands tremble, not with fear, but with conviction, as he grips the hilt of his sword, a relic of a past he cannot escape. His faith is a fortress, crumbling under the weight of doubt that gnaws at him like a rabid dog. We must cleanse ourselves, he shouts, though I can hear the tremor beneath his bravado. For the glory of God. But I see the truth flickering behind his eyes, the flickering ember of uncertainty, the ghost of the brother he lost to the Inquisition, the face of a friend turned enemy. What if it's all a lie, he whispers to himself, but the crowd swells with fervor, drowning out the remnants of his doubt. The sword feels heavier with each heartbeat, the weight of righteousness pressing down upon him like a noose. The voices of the crowd crescendo, a symphony of chaos, and I feel the ground tremble beneath us. Shouts of glory mingle with screams of fear, creating a cacophony that wraps around me, squeezing tight like a serpent. Join us, they chant, join us in the fire. I stand frozen, caught between the flickering flames of doubt and the resolute call of belief. And then I hear Eloise's voice again, echoing through the madness, fight for what you believe. She stands on a rooftop nearby, silhouetted against the dying light, her hair a wild halo. My heart stops for a breath. She has become a beacon, a lighthouse in this storm. Don't lose yourself to the flames. Her voice pierces through the tumult, urging me to choose. But as I look back to Jacques, his face twisted in anguish, the sword lowered, I realize that the fire is not just at the stake but also within us, within each heart, each soul torn apart by the conflict of faith and reason, the clash of ideals that threaten to consume us. I remember, I whisper, I remember the dreams of peace we once shared. My voice trembles, and I feel the weight of my own indecision, the chains of conformity pulling me under. My heart aches for the choices I've made, the ones I have yet to confront. The world around me spins, a vortex of fear and hope, each heartbeat a reminder of what is at stake. The moment we've all been waiting for teeters on the brink of chaos. The flames leap higher, licking the sky, as passionate cries echo like the tolling of a bell, heralding the end of an era, or perhaps the birth of something entirely new. I can feel it in my bones. This is not just a burning of flesh, it is the ignition of a revolution, the smoldering ashes of an old world giving way to a new dawn. But in that tumult, I find clarity. I stand at the crossroads, the weight of history on my shoulders, and I see them, Eloise, Jack, and the young man on the pyre. Their fates entwined with mine, our hearts pounding in unison, desperate for something more than the ashes of the past. And still, the fire crackles, the smoke rises, and the shadows loom large, as the night swallows the cries of the damned. The cycle continues, an unbroken loop of passion and pain, love and loss, echoing into the void of history. There is no end, just the relentless march of time, the ever-turning wheel of fate, and the haunting questions that linger in the air. What will we sacrifice for our beliefs? And how many more must burn before we find our truth? The air is thick with smoke, the acrid scent of burning wood and flesh mingling in a grotesque embrace. A town once vibrant lies in ruins, its cobblestone streets now slick with blood, echoes of screams reverberating in the shadows. A child's doll, its porcelain face cracked and eyes wide in an eternal plea, rests amidst the rubble, a silent witness to the madness enveloping everything. I remember how the sun used to cast a warm glow over this place, how laughter danced through the alleys like a restless spirit, but now, darkness reigns. I stand there, heart hammering like a war drum, trapped between the relentless tide of faith and the horror of conflict. I can feel the weight of history pressing down on me, suffocating as I watch them, those men in their iron armor, symbols of the cross and the scriptures emblazoned on their chests. They march forward, faces obscured by grime and fervor, hearts hardened by the belief that God smiles upon their blades. But what God? What love flows through steel and fire? In the distance, I see Elizabeth, her face pallid, eyes glistening like shattered glass. She was once a vibrant spirit, a flicker of hope amid the bleakness, but the flames have taken more than just her town, they've devoured her laughter. She clutches a rosary, its beads smudged with ash, trembling fingers whispering prayers to a silent sky. I remember how she sang to me in the meadows, how her voice spiraled into the heavens like a prayerful offering. But now? Now, all that remains is sorrow, her faith a fragile thread in the storm. And then there's Peter, his brow furrowed, the weight of choice heavy upon his shoulders. He grips a banner, the colors of rebellion clashing with his soul's yearning for peace. A Protestant's heart torn between the love for the divine and the bloodlust of man. He remembers the sermons that ignited a spark of hope in his chest, the belief that change was possible, that heaven could be ours if only we fought hard enough. Yet here he stands, the taste of iron on his lips, the shouts of heretic ringing in his ears as he contemplates the ghost of his own faith. The longing for redemption battles with the reality that redemption often comes at a price, one he may not be willing to pay. The clash of swords breaks my reverie. A battle cry tears through the air, an anguished symphony of defiance and despair. Men fall like brittle reeds, their lives snuffed out in an instant, faces frozen in terror or fury. I remember the old tales of chivalry, of knights and honor, but this is a massacre, a grotesque ballet of human suffering. And yet, it's strangely captivating, this dance with death. The way the sun glints off the blooded blades, the way the shadows stretch and contort as if mocking the lives lost beneath them. Elizabeth screams, an animalistic sound that pierces the chaos, a cry that pulls me back from the edge of the abyss. She's running, no destination, just a frantic escape from the horrors chasing her. Her hair, once a cascade of golden threads, now billows behind her like a tattered banner of surrender. I reach for her, but the crowd surges, and our hands slip apart, our fates diverging like rivers breaking from the same source. I see her eyes widen in fear as a soldier lunges, sword raised, and I feel the chill of inevitability wash over me. Peter! I shout, the name torn from my throat like a prayer. But he's swallowed by the chaos, lost in the fray, his ideals crumbling as the world crashes around him. He swings his sword, the metal singing a song of vengeance, but the anger doesn't fill the void, it only deepens it. Each swing feels like a betrayal of the man he could have been, a desperate grasp at the fading light of his humanity. I remember the softness of our dreams, the whispers of love shared under stars that shine no more. We were supposed to change the world, to rise above the darkness, and yet here we are, prisoners of our own making. The battle rages on, a cacophony of despair. I see men collapse, their cries swallowed by the earth, and every thud against the cobblestones is a heartbeat lost. A flag, torn and tattered, catches my eye, fluttering defiantly in the wind, its colors a reminder of the ideals we once cherished. But ideals are no match for the blood-soaked reality that surrounds us. Then the moment crystallizes, a heartbeat suspended in time. I lock eyes with Elizabeth across the battlefield, her gaze filled with a haunting mixture of fear and defiance. In that instant, the world narrows to just the two of us, a tether pulling against the chaos. I remember the strength of her spirit, the way she fought against the tide of despair, but now, all strength seems futile against the tide of hatred washing over us. Run! I scream into the chaos, but she doesn't move. We are bound by something deeper than fear, rooted in the soil of our shared hopes and the nightmares that now threaten to consume us whole. Time distorts, clocks ticking louder with every clash, every scream. Is it hours? Days? Or merely moments before the world shatters? I can feel the cosmic dance of pain and hope colliding, as if the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting for the moment when we may all wake from this nightmare. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything spirals into silence. The screams fade, the clamor dims, and an eerie stillness blankets the battlefield. I look around, and the remnants of humanity lie scattered like broken dreams. The ghosts of my friends swirl about me, Peter, Elizabeth, haunting whispers carried by the wind, reminders of what we were and what we might still become. But there's no denying the darkness that lingers. No denying how the past clings like a shroud, refusing to let go. Every heartbeat reminds me of the choices yet to be made, the lines yet to be drawn, the cycles of love and hate that dance like shadows in the corners of our minds. All I can do is stand here, at the precipice of despair, eyes wide open, haunted, aching, for the dawn that feels infinitely out of reach. I remember the whispers of the night, the way the moonlight dripped through the heavy curtains, casting shadows that danced like ghosts across the cold marble floor of the Hall of Mirrors. It was a night thick with tension, every breath suffocating under the weight of expectation. Louis, the boy king dressed in sumptuous silk and gold, stood before a mirror, staring not at his reflection but into the void of his own ambition, heart racing with the knowledge that the crown was both a gift and a curse. The air crackled, charged with a promise of power, but also with the haunting specter of betrayal that loomed ever closer, like a predator stalking its prey. In that moment, I felt my own heart echoing his, a frantic thump that mirrored the tremors of the kingdom. This was no fairy tale. This was the birth of a monster, and Louis, oh, how he glowed with fervor, the very sun that burned too brightly for those who dared to stand too close. I remember him pacing, a caged lion, his mind a whirlwind of dreams and nightmares. "I am the state," he whispered, and I could almost see the words wrapping around him, binding him tighter, tightening like a noose. But what of the others? The nobles, their faces painted with feigned joy, masks that could slip at any moment, revealing the jagged edges of jealousy and ambition. There was Anne, his mother, the iron hand cloaked in velvet, a woman torn between love and duty. She watched her son grow, cradling both pride and trepidation as she felt the tides of fate turn. Her heart was a heavy pendulum, swinging between the desire to protect Louis and the knowledge that he would forge his own path, leaving her behind in the shadows of history. I remember her gaze, fierce yet softened by the weight of her own faults, of her own dreams buried beneath the relentless march of power. And then there was the shadow, Richelieu's legacy, a phantom that haunted every corner of Versailles. The cardinal's ghostly influence wrapped around Louis like a serpent, whispering sweet nothings of absolute power. "You must rule with an iron fist," it seemed to hiss, "for love is weakness." I felt the chill of his absence, the way it permeated the gilded halls, how Louis craved the father figure who had shaped him but feared the man who had manipulated him. Each decision became a battleground, every choice, a sacrifice. I could see the weight of it all, the way it pressed down on his shoulders, a crown made of thorns. The clocks ticked steadily on, relentless in their march, yet time felt suspended in that opulent palace. Each second was a heartbeat, and each heartbeat echoed with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Louis was a jester and a king, caught between the laughter of his courtiers and the sobering silence that followed a misstep. What if they see me falter, he must have thought, eyes wide like a child lost in a labyrinth. What if they unmasked the boy beneath the crown? The court was a cauldron, bubbling with secrets and simmering resentments, where alliances were forged and broken over lavish banquets. I remember the tension of one such gathering, a symphony of laughter that masked the dark undertones of whispered plots. The nobles flashed their smiles, but I could see the daggers hidden behind their backs. "Your Majesty must be careful," one noble said, his voice smooth as honey yet laced with poison. "The people grow restless, and the sun may not shine forever." Louis brushed off their words, arrogance painted across his features. But I felt the tremor beneath that bravado, the flickering fear that threatened to consume him. I am untouchable, he believed, but the shadows of history danced just out of sight, reminding him of the guillotines that awaited any ruler who dared to ignore the pulse of the people. I could feel the air thicken, the room grow stifling as he raised his goblet high. "To France," he declared, but in that triumphant toast, I sensed the doubt, the unspoken question hanging like a spectre in the air. At what cost? Each day was a tapestry woven with threads of brilliance and despair. Louis painted the world around him in vibrant hues, lavish feasts, dazzling balls, an intoxicating display of wealth wrapped in the comfort of his own delusion. But underneath it all lay an abyss of loneliness. I could see him retreating to his chambers, where the walls closed in like a lover turned cold. What is the price of love, he might have wondered, staring into the still waters of the grand fountains that mirrored his soul. Is it worth sacrificing the very essence of who I am? The echoes of laughter faded as the candles burned low, and I felt the world outside shifting like a storm on the horizon. The people murmured discontent, their voices rising like a tide, hungry for change. I felt it, a pulse in the air, a certainty that the Sun King's reign would not last forever. The weight of the crown became a leaden shackle, dragging him down into the depths of history, each moment a haunting reminder of the fragility of power. And then, as if the cosmos themselves conspired against him, came the moment of reckoning. An uprising was brewing, a swell of voices rising against the gilded walls of Versailles. Louis stood at the window, watching the masses gather, a tempest brewing in the hearts of those he believed he could control. I could feel his fear like a thunderclap, raw and visceral. What happens when the sun sets, he must have thought, panic clawing at his insides as shadowy figures loomed on the periphery of his vision. Every heartbeat echoed with the inevitability of change, the clock ticking down towards an uncertain fate. I felt my own heart quicken, caught in the grip of a world spiraling out of control. The Gilded Age was crumbling, the very foundations of absolute monarchy quaking beneath the weight of Louis's ambitions. I could sense the air thickening, charged with a fury that promised both liberation and destruction. In that instant, as the storm raged on the horizon, I understood the truth: power is but a fleeting whisper carried away by the winds of time. Louis, and the nobles, they were all players in a cosmic drama, each moment steeped in the essence of dreams and despair, united by the very thing that bound us all, the yearning for something greater, something eternal. And I, like a silent witness, felt the pulse of history thrumming within my veins, urging me forward as darkness danced around the edges of the flickering light. The air crackled with a tension that twisted like a serpent around the throats of the men huddled on the rocky shore, a chill that seeped deep into their bones. A lone lantern swung in the dark, casting shadows that danced like specters among them, every flicker urging hearts to race, to pound against ribcage like desperate prisoners. I was there, feeling the weight of fear. Fear that clawed at your insides, urging a man to question his very existence. "Do you think they see us?" Jack whispered, voice barely above the whistle of the wind. His eyes darted to the horizon, betraying the storm brewing within. The ocean raged, dark and tumultuous, as if it too sensed the tempest of choices ahead. Jack was a man of faith, or at least he once was. His faith had been tested by the brutal reality of the new world and its haunting, unrelenting beauty. He had dreamt of glory, of fortunes won beneath the sun, but what lay before him was a living nightmare. A world where the promise of gold shimmered like a mirage, always just out of reach. Beside him stood Claire, shoulders squared, hands clenched. Her spirit was a tempest of defiance wrapped in the silks of her origins. She was a daughter of the earth, raised among the fields of France, now thrust into this wild, unyielding terrain where trees whispered secrets of a native presence long before they arrived. The weight of her family's expectations crushed her, yet she felt an awakening, a call. "We can't turn back now," she murmured, her voice fierce, laced with an urgency that bit through the cold night air. "Not after everything." But the shadows loomed larger, and I could feel the pulsating dread swell, as if the very ground beneath them screamed for respite from the invasion. They had come seeking empire, riches, a name, history carved in stone. Yet all they found was the silencing of ancient voices, blood spilled upon the soil where dreams went to die. The moon hung like a ghost, pale and accusing, aware of the history they were about to write, heavy with consequences that would seep through time like ink on parchment. "Do you hear them?" Jack turned, eyes wide, the lantern swinging erratically. The drums. The low thrum reverberated through the trees, a haunting echo, pulling at remnants of his sanity. He thought the drums were an invitation, a welcoming. But the truth, the cold, unyielding truth, was that they were a warning. A call to arms from a people who sensed their land being invaded, their lives disrupted by men with greed in their hearts and swords at their sides. "I remember when we thought we were heroes," Claire said, a bittersweet smile breaking through the storm within her. "We were so naive." She recalled the grand tales of conquest, of knights in shining armor and glory sung in taverns. Now, she stood amidst shadows, where the heroes had become the villains, the once noble pursuit of land turned grotesque in its execution. A rustle. The sound of a broken branch echoed in the silence, sharp as a knife. Jack stilled, breath hitching. What was that? His voice trembled, a mere whisper against the enormity of the night. The air shifted, thickening, as if the universe itself paused to witness the impending chaos. I felt the tension coil tighter, electric, waiting for the moment it would snap. Then, like a rush of wind, they appeared. Figures clad in the skins of their ancestors, eyes blazing with anger and grief. Warriors, protectors of the land, each face a story etched in the lines of their skin, ancient and profound. They emerged from the trees, shadows given form, and the world around us felt smaller, reduced to a single heartbeat, a shared breath. "Do you think they see us?" Jack's voice quivered, but it was too late for doubt. The confrontation loomed like a storm cloud, heavy with the weight of history and the sins of the past. I could see the realization dawn on Claire, a flicker of understanding breaking through her defiance. It was not only a battle for land, it was the clash of cultures, the violent intersection of dreams and nightmares. The warriors raised their voices in a haunting chant, a song that resonated with the very earth beneath their feet. It was a plea, a wrathful invocation, and each word sliced through the air, sharp enough to draw blood. The sound wrapped around Jack and Claire, binding them, whispering truths they had buried deep. Who were they to claim what was never theirs? Who were they to force their will upon a land alive with stories, with souls? And there they stood, poised on the precipice of choice, the horizon ablaze with the embers of confrontation. Jack felt the weight of his father's dreams collapsing onto his shoulders. This was not the legacy he sought. This was chaos. This was destruction. Claire, too, grappled with her own demons. A voice in her head echoed, asking if she was willing to bear the burden of blood on her hands. She looked at Jack, fear pooling in her gaze, and for a moment, the distance between them felt insurmountable. "We can't," but the chant grew louder, fiercer, a tempest of emotion that shattered the night. The warriors advanced, eyes like burning coals, hearts filled with a rage that was both terrifying and sacred. It was the quiet before the storm, and I felt the raw emotion rip through the air like a dagger, cutting straight to the bone. Time slowed, suspended in a moment of pure chaos, a heartbeat stretched across eternity. I could taste the salt of sweat and fear, the bitterness of regret. A million dreams hung suspended in the ether, each person, each choice, ricocheting through fate like a stone cast into an abyss. The dawn awaited, yet it felt so impossibly far away, cloaked in a shroud of uncertainty. And as the drums thudded in the silence of the night, a violent understanding washed over me. This was the beginning of something monumental, a collision of worlds, a reckoning steeped in the blood of ancestors and the desires of the living. History was not a line, it was a cyclone of emotions, spiraling, intertwining, unyielding. The confrontation loomed ahead, a fracture in reality that promised to change everything. And all the while, the shadows whispered, the trees sighed, and beneath the looming chaos, the earth held its breath, waiting for what was to come. There was no turning back. No escape from what they had awakened. The crack of gunfire splintered the night, shattering the quiet like a glass jar tumbling from a high shelf. I could smell the smoke, acrid and bitter, mingling with the damp earth beneath my feet. The forest was alive with chaos, shadows dancing wildly as men stumbled, their cries echoing like a harsh symphony of fear. I remember the way the moon hung low, a pale eye watching us, dull and indifferent to the horror unfolding below. There was no time to think. The air was thick with desperation, and I was knee-deep in it, heart racing like a wild stallion, pounding against my ribcage. My hands trembled as they gripped my musket, knuckles white, the wood familiar yet foreign in this moment of terror. I could see Thomas, my closest friend, darting between trees, his face a mask of terror, his usual carefree smile replaced by the grimace of a man who had just seen his first taste of death. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back, but the night had a different plan. A sharp cry pierced the air, a sound that would haunt my dreams. I turned just in time to see Thomas fall, his body crumpling like the shattered dreams we once shared over campfires and stories of glory. "Thomas!" I screamed, the name wrenched from my throat, but the warmth of friendship was lost in the cold grip of war, swallowed by the thick fog that rolled in with the night. I remember the fear settling deep in my bones, a palpable weight. I wanted to run, to flee from this nightmare, but there was nowhere to go. The world spun, and though I was standing still, my mind raced to memories of a quieter time. Days spent dreaming of conquest, of heroics, of a future painted with the vibrant colors of ambition. But ambition is a cruel mistress, and she had led us here, to this haunted clearing in the woods, where shadows became the ghosts of what we were meant to be. The clash of swords rang like church bells calling the faithful to prayer, only this was no sanctuary, only slaughter. I caught a glimpse of Corporal Abernathy, his brow furrowed in concentration, the epitome of a soldier decorated with the weight of duty. He was a man of honor and pride, but beneath that resolute exterior, I could see the flicker of doubt, a candle struggling against the wind. He had wanted to rally us, to inspire courage, but courage had fled, leaving only the stench of despair in its wake. "Stay together," he bellowed, but the command fell flat, the word swallowed by the chaos. We were like leaves caught in a storm, tossed haphazardly, directionless. I could feel the ache in my heart, the gnawing realization that we were not just fighting the French, not just grappling for land and glory. No, we were grappling with our very souls, and the stakes were higher than any of us had ever imagined. I remember the faces of the fallen, those who had once laughed with us, who had shared in our dreams of conquest. They were now just echoes, mere shadows on the forest floor, their hopes and futures buried beneath the weight of cannon fire and the cold embrace of the earth. It was haunting, as if the very woods were mourning their loss, whispering secrets of regret and heartache. Every heartbeat was a reminder of what we stood to lose. I glanced at Abernathy again, and for a fleeting moment, our eyes met, two souls adrift in the horror of this night, searching for answers, for a sense of purpose. But the truth was as elusive as the fog creeping through the trees. The gunfire had become a dreadful melody, a relentless dirge, and I could feel the tension thickening the air around us. The fog wrapped its fingers around my throat, choking my resolve. I realized then that ambition had its price, and it wasn't just the loss of lives, it was the loss of ourselves, our humanity. I could feel it slipping away, like grains of sand through desperate fingers. As the battle raged on, I found myself drawn to a figure in the distance, a Mohawk warrior, his face painted in fierce colors, eyes blazing with the fire of a man who had lost everything. I didn't know whether to fear him or admire his courage. He was a part of this tragic symphony, an echo of the grander schemes laid out by kings and empires, yet here he stood, fighting for a cause that burned deep in his soul. I had read about these men, these warriors, but reading couldn't prepare me for the raw intensity of his presence. He was a living embodiment of the stakes we were playing for, a reminder that ambition was not merely about power, but about identity, lineage, survival. I could see the fire in his eyes and felt the weight of his loss pressing down on me. Then, in a moment that stretched like eternity, I understood. We were all tethered to this darkness, all caught in the web of ambition, each of us a thread woven into the fabric of conflict, of dreams, of blood. The cries of the wounded, the clash of steel, it was all a part of something greater, something we were too small to comprehend. And just like that, the world around me faded. The moon's light flickered, and in that moment, I was no longer a soldier, no longer fighting for a crown or a cause. I was merely a man, a fragile vessel floating on a sea of overwhelming grief, loss, and longing. But the next explosion, the next cry, yanked me back to the present, roots pulling me into the soil once more. I glanced at Thomas's lifeless form, the anger burning in my chest, and I knew this was only the beginning. The war was not just a clash of empires, it was a fracture of our very souls, a testament to the lengths we would go to fulfill our ambitions, even at the expense of everything we held dear. And with that fire igniting in my veins, the music of war surged forth again, the haunting melody now a battle cry. I gripped my musket tighter, the wood digging into my palm, and steeled myself for what lay ahead. The night was young, and the fight was far from over. Thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the very foundations of a world that had been too long defined by quiet acceptance of tyranny. The night was thick with anticipation, heavy as a shroud, as Jean clutched his chest, feeling the pangs of a heart that had once beaten softly in quietude, now throbbing wildly against the storm of revolution. He stood in the square, drenched in the sweat of uncertainty, the lanterns flickering like dying stars above him, casting eerie shadows that danced and mocked his every thought. Behind him, the city breathed, a living, pulsing entity that whispered secrets of rebellion into his ear. "I remember the day I found the pamphlet," he said, his voice raw, filled with desperation. The words jumped off the page, igniting a fire in me that I could no longer ignore. Each syllable was a confession, a reminder of the quiet man he had been, a humble clerk who had never questioned the authority that clamped down on the throats of the people. But now, he felt the weight of history pressing against him, a suffocating force that demanded change. Across the square, beneath the shadow of the cathedral, stood Marie, fierce and unyielding. Her auburn hair caught the light, a beacon of rebellion amidst the brewing storm. "They think we'll cower," she whispered to the night, her voice threading through the air like an arrow shot into darkness. "But they underestimate our hunger for freedom." She clenched her fists, the knuckles white as she stared into the chaos swirling in Jean's eyes. Her heart raced, fueled by the injustice she had witnessed, innocent blood spilled on cobblestones, screams muffled beneath layers of indifference. "I remember the first time I heard the words of Rousseau," she said, her breath quickening with every recollection. He spoke of the general will, of a society that belongs to all, not just to those who wear crowns like gilded chains around their necks. A shiver coursed through her, even now, the echoes of his philosophies crackling like static in the tension-filled air, igniting her resolve. But fear still loomed like a specter by her side. What if we fail, she thought, every heartbeat a reminder of the potential futility. Yet, the thought of silence was far more haunting. And then there was Luke, lurking in the shadows, a broken man with a soul burdened by dreams he could not articulate. His fingers brushed against the cold stone wall, searching for support, for an anchor. "I am the ghost of what once was," he murmured, half to himself, half to the universe, feeling the oppressive weight of a life lived on the fringes. The son of a soldier, a man who fought for a crown that cares not for the blood it drinks. His eyes flickered like dying embers, haunted by memories of his father's empty gaze, a man who had sacrificed everything for a fractured dream. "Dreams," he scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "What is a dream but a cruel joke played by time? I've chased them, only to find them slipping through my fingers like grains of sand." The ghosts of his past swirled around him, his father's voice, the clatter of swords, the thrill of battle long gone. But freedom, he thought, what if it's tangible? What if it's as real as the blood on my hands? His heart thudded against his chest like a wild drum, caught in a tempest of uncertainty and yearning. The clock tower chimed, a haunting melody echoing through the square like a death knell. The revolution was brewing, the air thickening with the scent of fear and hope intertwined. The shadows lengthened, an army of doubts creeping closer, whispering insidious fears into their ears. What if you're wrong? What if you lead them to slaughter? But in that moment, something shifted. Jean stepped forward, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon him, each gaze a flicker of flame he could ignite. "We are not just individuals, we are a collective," he shouted, the words spilling from his lips like spilled ink, staining the air with passion. "Let us rise, let us claim our voices, our rights. Let us become the embodiment of the philosophies we have read, the dreams we have dared to dream." Marie's heart raced, the echoes of his call resonating within her like a battle cry. "Yes," she shouted, her spirit ignited by the fire he had sparked. "Our chains are made of silence, and I refuse to be a prisoner of fear any longer." The passion surged through her, and she stepped beside Jean, fists raised, defiance radiating from her very core. As the words left her mouth, an electric thrill surged through the crowd. Luke felt the shift, the rising tide of collective energy that surged through him like currents in a storm. "It's now or never," he thought, the burden of his past fading into the background as he stepped away from the shadows. "Let the ghosts be my allies." And in that moment of clarity, he found himself joining the ranks, his voice merging with the chorus of the hopeful, the angry, the longing for liberation. The city trembled beneath their feet, the storm growing ever closer, a metaphorical tempest reflecting their inner turmoil. They stood together, a fierce trio, fragments of a larger mosaic ready to crack the very foundation of oppression. The flickering lanterns overhead seemed to pulse with life, urging them onward toward an uncertain future. "I remember the moment I decided," Jean's voice rang out, breaking through the chaos, "I will not let fear dictate my destiny." And with that, the walls between them, their fears, their doubts, began to crumble, replaced by a shared conviction that shimmered like dawn breaking through a dark night. The night was not silent, nor was it still. It roared with the promise of change, and together, they embraced the storm. There was no turning back now. In that charged moment, they became more than just individuals, they became a movement, a force that would echo through the annals of history, propelling them into the unknown, into the heart of the Enlightenment that would forever alter their lives and the world around them. And so it began, the whispers of rebellion turning into shouts of defiance, the foundations of a new reality trembling beneath the weight of their collective will. They weren't afraid anymore. They had become the very embodiment of the Enlightenment, its philosophies twisting around them like vines, binding them together in a fierce embrace that would change everything forever. The echo of a guillotine blade slicing through the air rings like a death knell, sharp and insistent. Blood splatters the cobblestones, a crimson stain on the heart of Paris, as the crowd, a frenzied mass of hope and fury, roars like a storm unleashed. Among them stands Emily, her heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos, a dark thrill bubbling up within her chest. She remembers her father's voice, the way it trembled as he spoke of liberty and equality, words that now feel like ghosts haunting the cobblestones she stands upon. "Is this the freedom you dreamed of, Papa?" she whispers into the whirlwind, her breath mingling with the acrid scent of fear and sweat. Her eyes dart to Jacques, a man torn between loyalty and a desperate hunger for change. His hands clench and unclench, fists of righteous anger and trembling uncertainty. "Emily! We cannot stand idly by," he shouts, his voice breaking through the clamor like a beacon. But she sees the flicker of doubt in his gaze, the gnawing worry of what revolution truly demands. The weight of history presses upon him like a stone, and she knows that the man who fought for justice now wrestles with the very definition of it. She can almost taste the bitterness of ambition on his lips. "What is justice, Jack, when it brings us to this?" The crowd surges, a wave crashing against the shore of their dreams. Bodies pressed together, strangers unified in a shared urgency, yet inside, they are islands adrift in a sea of despair. Emily reaches for Jack, their fingers intertwining, a small act of defiance against the tide of chaos. "What if we lose ourselves?" she breathes, fear clawing at her throat. The laughter of a child cuts through the noise, warped and eerie, a twisted reminder of innocence lost. I remember the stories my mother told me of kings and queens cloaked in silk, their laughter echoing through gilded halls as peasants toiled in the shadow. I remember the whispers in hushed tones, the flickering candles casting shadows on crumbling walls, tales of betrayal and blood. They bathed once a year, I chuckled to myself, trying to lighten the heavy air, so yeah, romance was earthy. Yet even humor can't touch the cold reality that lies ahead, a reckoning so immense it makes the heart race and the breath hitch. Jack pulls Emily closer, her pulse thrumming against his chest, a frantic drumbeat that syncs with the rising tide of revolution. "We are the voices of the silenced," he declares, but the conviction in his words is laced with fear. "If we do not act now, we may never act at all." And in that moment, as the sun sinks low and casts an orange glow over the Parisian rooftops, Emily feels the weight of the world pressing down, the very essence of life distilled into a single, terrifying choice. The echoes of history whisper around them, shadows dancing in the twilight. She thinks of the Bastille, its stones worn and weary, a symbol of tyranny that cries for liberation. She remembers the men who wielded swords and words, who painted the air with promises of a brighter tomorrow. Yet, as she stands there, the line between hero and monster blurs, the guillotine's blade a reminder that freedom is often drenched in blood. The hope that surged through the streets like wildfire now feels heavy, a shroud of uncertainty draped over their ideals. "Look!" Jack points as the crowd shifts, a ripple of anticipation racing through the throng, igniting the tension like a fuse. "They're bringing out another." Emily's heart sinks. Another soul laid bare before the mob, another dream snuffed out. The air thickens with anticipation, the scent of sweat and despair wrapping around her like a noose. She feels the surge of the crowd, a collective heartbeat, a desperate yearning for change clashing with the dread of what they have become. Then, suddenly, she sees him, a man bound, eyes glazed with fear and defiance, marching toward the executioner with the resoluteness of a martyr. The crowd roars, a mixture of bloodlust and fervent hope, and Emily's stomach churns. "Is this justice? Is this what we fought for?" she shouts, but her voice is drowned in the tempest of human emotion, the swell of chaos threatening to consume her. The man's gaze locks with hers, and in that fleeting moment, she sees a reflection of herself, the dreamer, the fighter, the terrified child who dared to hope. She wants to scream, to reach out and pull him back from the brink, but the weight of the crowd holds her down, 1,000 hands pressing against her chest. "I remember," she begins, but the words falter, trapped in the chasm of her throat. The blade falls, swift and merciless, cutting through the air like the final breath of a dying star, and the crowd erupts into a cacophony of cheers and wails, jubilation and mourning intertwined. The echoes of his sacrifice ripple through the throng, a potent reminder of the cost of revolution. Jack's grip tightens, his gaze fixed on the spectacle before them, fire igniting in his eyes. This will not be in vain, he vows, though the doubt lingers like a dark cloud. Even in the aftermath, as the echoes of the blade fade into the silence of the night, Emily feels the pulse of the city beneath her feet. The cobblestones, now slick with blood, whisper stories of dreams and nightmares, of the hope that drives men to madness. She knows this is just the beginning, a storm gathering on the horizon, and as she stands with Jack, their hearts pounding in unison, she understands the chilling truth: revolution is not a single act, but a relentless tide that will consume them all. The night deepens, shadows stretching like grasping hands, and the air thickens with the scent of change, a scent both intoxicating and terrifying. In that electric moment, Emily and Jack lock eyes, their future uncertain yet brimming with possibility. Whatever comes next, they will face it together, hearts entwined against the tides of history, forever trapped in the swirling chaos of their time. And as the clock ticks on, Paris stands on the brink, the ghosts of its past rising to meet the dawn of a new era, shadows dancing in the flickering light of revolution. The air crackled with tension, a palpable charge that hummed like 1,000 unstruck matches. In the heart of Paris, the night cloaked everything in shadows, and the muffled whispers of revolution crept through the cobblestone streets, curling around the corners like smoke from a dying fire. I remember standing there, the midnight clock tolling ominously, the clang echoing in my chest, a countdown to something beyond comprehension. A figure loomed in the distance, silhouetted against the flickering torches that fought against the darkness. It was Napoleon, his eyes burning with a fire that spoke of ambition and desperation, a storm gathering in his soul. I remember the way he clenched his jaw, each muscle a taut string of resolve. The world had reduced him to a mere general, a soldier among many, but his heart was a cauldron bubbling with untamed dreams. He felt the weight of history on his shoulders, the ghosts of fallen empires swirling around him, whispering promises of glory. Yet within that electrifying ambition lay a fear: what if he never moved beyond the rank of a soldier? What if the legends of his dreams were forever lost in the annals of forgotten men? Across the square, there stood Josephine, the woman who haunted his every thought. Her heart, a fragile bird fluttering in a gilded cage, danced between desire and duty. She gazed at him with those haunting eyes, filled with longing and fear. Did she see the same darkness swirling in him? Did she feel the tempest brewing within her own heart? Josephine, torn between love and the crushing expectations of a world that demanded so much more from her. With each passing moment, she could feel the grip of her own ambitions tightening, squeezing until she gasped for breath. She was the queen of his dreams, yet she feared she would be the first to fall should he rise too high. Napoleon, she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a winter's wind. What will you do? The question hung heavy between them, a fragile thread woven from the fabric of their fates. He turned to her, his expression a tempest of raw emotion. I will change the world, he declared, voice rising like a crescendo, the echoes of history wrapping around them. But the truth plunged deeper beneath the surface. He was no longer just a man with a vision, he was a man haunted by the specters of his own ambition, a dangerous game of chess where every piece could lead to his checkmate. And then, the streets erupted. The sound of marching feet thundered like a heartbeat that pulsed with the cries of the discontented, a chorus of fury that propelled him forward. The revolution was not merely a backdrop, it was a living, breathing entity, and Napoleon was entwined in its very essence. The blood of the fallen stained the cobbles, a reminder that dreams demanded sacrifice. He felt it pulse through him, the desperate hope of the masses feeding his ambitions. Josephine's heart raced as she watched him march toward the chaos, the flicker of the torches illuminating his face, a face set in determination, yet shadowed by doubt. Be careful, she called after him, but her voice was lost in the cacophony. She sensed the darkness gathering, like a storm cloud rolling over the horizon, and dread gnawed at her insides. Would he return? Would she ever reclaim him from this insatiable hunger for power? Time twisted and turned, the clock hand spinning faster as the revolution swept through Paris like wildfire. Each street corner whispered secrets, each shadow held a tale. Napoleon, emboldened by the cries for liberty, stood on the precipice of war and peace, a delicate balance that could tip at any moment. In the midst of a nation divided, he was both savior and tyrant, a paradox wrapped in a soldier's uniform, ready to lead or to destroy. Each battle was a pulse of life, each victory a heartbeat echoing in the void of uncertainty. I remember the screams, the clash of swords, the scent of gunpowder mixing with the metallic tang of blood. It was intoxicating, exhilarating, and terrifying all at once. The weight of glory pressed down on his chest, it felt like 1,000 dreams collapsing into one single moment. He could taste it, the sweet nectar of power, yet it was laced with the bitter tang of betrayal and sacrifice. General Bonaparte, they called him, and he wore the title like a crown of thorns, each spike a reminder of the battlefield he danced upon. He reveled in the chaos, it fed the very beast within him. But there were nights when the echoes of the fallen haunted him, shadows flickering against the walls of his solitude. He would sit in the dark, the silence screaming at him, what price had he paid, and who would pay next? Josephine, too, carried her burden. She watched the man she loved morph into something almost unrecognizable, a titan born of ambition, yet haunted by the ghosts of his decisions. The man who once cradled her in his arms now appeared as a solitary figure, consumed by the relentless march toward his own destiny. She grasped at the frayed edges of their love, desperate to pull him back, but each time she reached out, he slipped further away, swallowed by the tide of his own making. Napoleon, she pleaded in the shadows, her voice a whisper, fragile yet tenacious. Will you still find your way back to me? But he was lost in a whirlwind of dreams and nightmares, the line between the two blurring into a singular obsession. The night stretched on, and the embers of revolution burned bright, promising both salvation and damnation. The stars above watched, indifferent, as history twisted and turned, each moment a thread in the tapestry of fate, each thread pulling tighter, binding them all in a dance of ambition, hope, and impending doom. And as dawn broke over the horizon, the world heaved a breath, a new day, yet the same darkness remained. They were two souls caught in a storm, each step forward both a victory and a surrender, and the crescendo of their intertwined fates echoed through the streets of Paris, reverberating with the cries of the past, present, and an uncertain future. The cannon roared, a monstrous beast awakening from slumber. Smoke curled in the air like restless spirits. I stood there, heart pounding, watching as destruction unfolded before me. It was chaos incarnate, the earth trembling beneath the weight of 1,000 souls clashing. In that moment, I felt alive, and yet, I felt death lingering, as if it had wrapped its icy fingers around my throat. Make way, a soldier shouted, his voice raw with panic, cutting through the din like a knife. I could see him, a young man with eyes wide, fear teetering on the edge of madness. He was no older than 18, clutching a musket like a lifeline, his knuckles white and bloodless. I remember his name, Lucien. I remember the way he looked around, searching for a familiar face in the chaos, the way his breath came in ragged gasps. And then there was Elise, moving through the shadows, a figure softened by the terror enveloping the battlefield. Her eyes gleamed with a fire that belied the horror of the moment. She was a nurse, her hand stained with the blood of the fallen, a ghost in a world that had forgotten how to weep. They need us, she cried, her voice fierce, yet full of an aching vulnerability. The longer I watched her, the more I felt the strange gravity of her spirit pulling me closer to the edge. The battlefield, a patchwork of mud and broken bodies, felt surreal, a painting in shades of red, grey, and despair. Each explosion sent waves through the very fabric of my being, like the earth itself was mourning. Soldiers fell, their dreams extinguished in a heartbeat, their cries swallowed whole by the insatiable darkness of ambition and empire. I was a mere spectator, paralyzed by the intensity, an unwilling witness to a world spiraling into madness. Lucien! Elise called out, her voice slicing through the chaos as she darted toward him. Her hands reached out, trembling as she grasped his arm. The moment was electric, a fragile connection forged amidst the storm. You don't have to fight. Come with me. He hesitated, eyes darting, battling the war raging within him. The conflict within Lucien mirrored the chaos outside, a tangle of duty, fear, and hope. But if I don't fight, if I don't protect, he stammered, and each word felt like a stab to my heart. I could see it in his eyes, he was caught between the ideals of glory and the grotesque reality of death. Elise, his voice wavered, the weight of their shared past crashing down upon him like an avalanche. I knew they were childhood friends, bound by memories of laughter in sunlit fields, before they were engulfed by the storm of war. How cruel to strip away the innocence that once bound them, to force them to choose between survival and loyalty. Around us, the air thickened with the screams of the wounded, the cries of men torn from life's embrace. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, each pulse echoing the agony surrounding us. I remember the way the ground felt, uneven and soaked with the essence of humanity, life spilled out like ink on a page, darkening the chapters of history. And then, as if time itself had slowed, I witnessed a moment that would etch itself into my soul. Lucien, with tears pooling in the corners of his eyes, made his choice. I can't leave them, he roared, a primal scream that shattered the fragile stillness that had settled around us. In that instant, he became both warrior and boy, a tragic figure caught in the relentless grip of fate. Elise! He turned, desperation pooling in his voice, promise me you'll survive. The weight of his words crashed around me, a tempest of emotion swirling like the smoke from the cannons, hope and despair battling for dominance. The moment shattered like glass, and I felt a rush of cold air as bullets whistled past. Elise's eyes blazed with defiance, but the truth hung heavily in the air. This was a game of survival, and the stakes were life and death. Lucien, she cried, but before she could reach him, a shadow fell over them, a rider on horseback, a figure cloaked in darkness, a harbinger of doom. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced over their faces, as if the world itself mourned the choices they were forced to make. With a swift motion, the rider raised his sword, and the sight sent a chill racing down my spine. Time stopped, the air hung thick and heavy, laden with the weight of unspoken fears. And in that heartbeat, I felt the universe expand and contract, a cosmic joke echoing through the silence. I remember the sound of metal meeting flesh, the gasp of a life slipping away. Lucien fell, crumpling like a fragile flower crushed beneath the weight of an empire's ambition. I could feel the world shift, the ground trembling beneath my feet as if the very earth mourned. Elise screamed, a sound so raw, so gut-wrenching that it sliced through the fog of battle. I felt her anguish pierce me, a wound too deep to comprehend. She rushed toward him, her hands outstretched, but the chaos swallowed her, pulling her back into the maelstrom. "Lucien," she shouted, her voice a chilling echo of despair. I watched as she fell to her knees, the horror and helplessness consuming her. The battlefield blurred as the tears streamed down her face, her cries melding with the cacophony of war, a haunting melody that reverberated in my soul. And just like that, it was over. The storm raged on, but in that moment, time stood still. In the midst of fury and madness, they became symbols of a love that couldn't withstand the weight of a world gone mad. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the horizon, I stood frozen, a silent observer of their tragedy, a witness to the unyielding grasp of history, the relentless march of an empire hungry for power. I remember the shadows growing long, the promise of tomorrow obscured by the echoes of yesterday. The battle rumbled on, but in my heart, I carried the weight of their lost dreams. And as the darkness descended, I was left with a single thought: this war was far from over. The empire would expand, and in its wake, it would leave ghosts that could never rest. The cobblestones of Paris glistened in the dim light, slick with the remnants of rain, each one a witness to the tumult that hung in the air like a thick fog. The sound of hooves echoed, sharp and sudden, a thunderous heartbeat in the stillness. In the shadow of the Grand Arch, just beyond the faint flicker of gas lamps, Henriette stood frozen, her breath catching in her throat, a spectre in a city alive with dread. She felt the weight of the world pressing down on her chest, the ache of uncertainty gnawing at her resolve. Just moments ago, her brother, Julien, had rushed past her, desperation painting his features as he dashed toward the port. She could see it in his eyes, the fire of rebellion, the flicker of hope, and lurking beneath, the chilling shadow of despair. "We must break free, Henriette," he had shouted, a wild abandon in his voice. "The continental system is choking us. We cannot breathe." The echo of his words still reverberated in her mind, wrapping around her heart like a vice. This was no ordinary day, it was the pulse of a nation caught in the snare of economic warfare. The continental system, a supposed shield against the British threat, had morphed into a noose, tightening with every passing moment. Ships lay idle in the harbor, their sails furled like the dreams of the starving merchants who owned them. She could almost hear the ghostly whispers of their lost fortunes, drifting through the fog, lamenting the rise of Napoleon's grand design. She remembered the tales that danced through the streets, stories of hunger and despair, of families torn apart by the relentless grip of the system. The laughter of children had been replaced by the hollow echoes of their cries. A mother's arms, once filled with joy, were now empty. The city felt like a ghost town, the silenced voices haunting her as she tried to piece together a future in the shattered remnants of the past. And there was Julien. Fierce, reckless Julien, her protector, her partner in mischief. But now, as she watched him disappear into the ether, her heart sank. She feared what his rebellion would summon. He was a firebrand, a kindling ready to ignite the world, and it terrified her. She remembered when they were children, scaling the rooftops of their neighborhood, the city sprawling beneath them like an endless sea of possibilities. Now, that same city felt like a cage, the walls closing in around her. By the docks, the tension thickened, palpable. Merchants huddled, their faces etched with worry, eyes darting like caged animals. They whispered of the British blockade, of ships captured and cargo lost, of lives reduced to mere statistics. The dread was infectious, spreading like wildfire. With each passing moment, Henriette grew more aware of her own vulnerability, the insignificance of her existence against the backdrop of such vast, unyielding forces. As if the universe itself conspired against her, she caught a glimpse of a British ship on the horizon, an ominous silhouette cutting through the mist like a knife. Panic surged within her. It was a reminder of what they were up against, a reminder of how fragile their hopes were. "We're not just fighting for ourselves," she whispered to the cold wind, "we're fighting for the soul of France." But what was the soul of France? Was it the revolution that had promised liberty, equality, fraternity, or was it the hunger that now gnawed at the edges of every heart? She remembered the sound of laughter when they had won their freedom, but that laughter was now a distant memory, drowned out by the clamor of discontent. The shadows of hunger loomed larger each day, echoing the cries of the forsaken. Julian returned, breathless and wild-eyed, his hands shaking. "They will strike back. The British won't let us go without a fight." His voice was raw, laced with an urgency that sent shivers down her spine. "We must act now, sister. We cannot let them drag us down into the depths of despair." Henriette felt the fire of his words ignite something deep within her, a flicker of rebellion that had been dormant for far too long. But with that spark came an overwhelming fear. What if we fail, Julian? What if we become but ghosts in this war, just another tale told on the streets? The tears threatened to spill, but she held them back, unwilling to betray her vulnerability. "Every risk carries a cost," he said, the steel in his gaze unyielding. "But every moment we wait gives them power over us. We must fight, Henriette. We owe it to ourselves, to those who have suffered under this tyranny." The city trembled around them, alive with the chaos of uncertainty. Shadows danced in the flickering light, casting grotesque shapes that whispered of betrayal and loss. The tension was a living thing, coiling tighter and tighter, as if the very air they breathed was laced with the scent of impending doom. They stood together, two figures against the backdrop of a crumbling empire, and in that moment, Henriette felt the weight of history upon their shoulders. The world beyond the cobblestones was a swirling tempest, and she could feel its pull, tugging at her very essence. Dreams of love, of freedom, and of family flickered like dying stars, and she was caught in the gravitational pull of their brilliance. Yet, deep down, a question lingered: what cost were they willing to pay for the flicker of hope that illuminated the darkness? The answer hovered just beyond reach, tantalizingly close, yet infinitely far. And so, as the first whispers of rebellion began to take shape, the shadows stretched longer and the stakes grew higher. In the heart of Paris, under the watchful gaze of history, the battle was not just for survival, it was for the essence of humanity itself. And as the clock struck midnight, heralding a new dawn, the echoes of their choices began to weave together, a tapestry of fate, intertwined with destiny. The icy wind howled through the desolate expanse of the Russian steppe, a mournful dirge for thousands of souls marching, each heartbeat a defiant pulse against the relentless chill. Napoleon stood at the forefront, his silhouette a dark banner against the bleak horizon, the weight of ambition heavy on his shoulders. But ambition is a cruel mistress, and it whispered sweetly of glories that were now swift shadows, fading faster than the sunlight on that frigid day. The ground itself felt alive, a breathing entity that cradled the secrets of fate and fear, while the ghostly echoes of men's laughter and dreams turned to frost. I remember the faces of those men, young, hopeful, eyes alight with dreams of conquest. And yet, beneath that facade lay a tremor of uncertainty. Pierre, a soldier from the mountains, whose laughter echoed like the tinkling of ice, clung to his rifle with a grip as fierce as his yearning for home. He was a boy of 20, molded by the fires of revolution and ambition, yet with the fragility of a flower caught in an unyielding storm. I watched him, his breath puffing out in clouds, mingling with the desperation of the air. "When this is over," he'd mutter, "I'll plant potatoes. I'll grow them so high they'll reach the stars." But the stars seemed a distant promise, lost in the oppressive sky. And there was Elise, a nurse whose hands carried the gentle tenderness of a mother, and yet whose eyes flickered with the weariness of one who had seen too much. She moved among the wounded, a spectre dressed in white, her heart heavy with the burdens of those who had fought for glory but now lay broken in the snow. "Every soul I save is a victory," she'd whisper, her voice a soft tremor of hope against the backdrop of despair. But even she could not chase away the shadows, creeping closer with every passing hour, every loss. I remember the moment the frost-bitten dawn broke, revealing a desolate battlefield littered with the remains of dreams. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke, a nauseating perfume that clung to our lungs. Napoleon's gaze pierced through the haze, a storm brewing in his chest. Was it rage, determination, or a smattering of fear? He knew the stakes, he could taste the bitterness of betrayal, feel the impending doom crawling through his veins. Such was the cost of ambition. "Retreat is not an option," he snapped, his voice rising above the clamor of despair. "Forward, my brothers!" The command was a thunderclap, a desperate rallying cry. But in those words lay a tremor that told of doubt. The men's faces, once fierce with resolve, now reflected the chill of realization. They were not invincible, they were human, crumbling beneath the weight of their fate. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, surrendering to an early night, we turned back, stumbling through the shadows that whispered of loss. I remember the silence that fell over the camp, a heavy blanket that stifled the cries of the dying and the shudders of the living. The stars flickered above, indifferent to our suffering. The moon hung low, a ghostly witness to our folly, shining down like a judgment from the heavens. In the heart of that cold night, the drums of war grew distant, fading into the void like the dreams of conquest. Men gathered in circles, sharing stories of home, of warmth, of lives that felt like specters now, fading away. I remember Pierre, his voice trembling as he spoke of a girl with laughter like sunlight. "If I survive, I will write to her," he promised, though the words were a fragile thread, fraying with every pulse of cold wind. But as dawn broke on the horizon, a cruel twist of fate awaited. The call to arms rang through the camp, echoing with the weight of inevitability. Waterloo loomed, a name that would etch itself into the annals of history, a turn of fate that felt predestined, as if the universe conspired against a man who dared to grasp too much. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, the clash of swords, the cries of men blending into a horrifying symphony. I felt the fear grip my heart, a coiling serpent promising destruction. Elise moved among the chaos, her hand shaking as she tended to the wounded, her heart breaking with every gasp of pain. I saw the ghosts of dreams fade in her eyes, replaced by a hard resolve as she dragged another broken soldier from the fray. "Hold on! Please," she cried, her voice a lifeline thrown into the storm. But there was no safety here, only the throes of violence as Napoleon, desperate and fierce, charged forward, a lion among frightened sheep. I watched him, his figure a haunting embodiment of ambition's price, a man caught in the throes of his own making. The fire in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was a monarch on the edge, teetering between legend and oblivion, grasping desperately at a crown that felt more like a noose. "I will not fall," he roared, and the mountains seemed to shudder in response. But the earth beneath him felt treacherous, shifting like the sands of time, and the cries of the fallen rose to the heavens, drowning his defiance in a sea of despair. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, weaving a tapestry of fate that felt both inevitable and tragic. The night closed in, heavy and suffocating, and I watched as dreams danced on the edge of destruction, each moment stretching into eternity. I felt the cold seep into my bones, the weight of loss settling like a shroud around my heart. The universe spun on its axis, indifferent to the chaos below, and the stars bore witness to a tale of ambition, love, and the relentless pursuit of power, a tale that would not end, not here, not yet. Time hung suspended, teetering on the brink of annihilation, the final act yet to unfold. The echoes of Waterloo would resonate through the ages, a haunting reminder of the cost of dreams chased too fiercely. And as I stood there, at the crossroads of fate, I knew this was just the beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick as the velvet curtains that shrouded the room in a stifling darkness. I could almost taste the fear, an acrid flavor that lingered in the back of my throat. The clock ticked like a soldier's march, each beat echoing the heartbeat of a nation poised on the brink of madness. Outside, the streets of Paris thrummed with whispers of revolution, shadows of ghostly pasts looming large, while inside, we were trapped in a moment suspended between hope and ruin. I remember the gaze of Antoine, his eyes alight with a fervor that could ignite the very air around him, a desperation that clawed at my heart. "They will come for us, you know," he said, his voice low, almost a growl. "The ghosts of those we silenced. They will demand their due." I felt the weight of his words, heavy like a stone in my chest. He was a man haunted, a man of contradictions, his loyalty to the crown wrapped in a shroud of doubt. The very same crown that had been worn by tyrants and saviors alike, a jagged edge of history that sliced through flesh and soul. And there was Eloise, her presence a flicker of light in the darkness. She stood by the window, her silhouette framed against a backdrop of turmoil, a spirit that danced between duty and desire. "This is our chance, Antoine," she breathed, her voice trembling like a candle in the wind. to restore what was lost. To bring back the blood that courses through our veins, the blood of the Bourbons. Her enthusiasm spilled over like a fountain, and yet, I sensed the trepidation beneath, an ache that tugged at her heart, a fear that we might be grasping at shadows, at a history that had become a long-forgotten dream. The night outside was alive. Flames flickered in the distance, illuminating the faces of the discontented, the hungry masses who had tasted the fruit of revolution and were now starving for more. The city was a grotesque theater, a stage set for chaos, where every face was a mask of rage, every shout a plea for acknowledgement. I could hear them, hear their cries for justice, hear the discordant symphony resonating through the cobblestone streets. My heart raced, caught in a tumultuous battle between nostalgia for the past and the stark reality of our present. Tradition, I whispered, my own voice almost lost in the cacophony of the world outside. What good is tradition if it shackles us? If it binds us to a history stained with blood? My thoughts spiraled, a tempest of longing and fear. I remembered the stories our elders had spun, tales of grand banquets and courtly love, of the elegance and beauty that once reigned. But those moments were tainted, like a painting left too long in the sun, colors faded, vibrancy lost. Antoine's laugh sliced through the darkness, sharp and bitter. "And what do you propose? Anarchy? A dance with death?" He stepped closer, eyes aflame with a mix of fury and sorrow. "The blood of our ancestors flows in our veins. We owe it to them to rise again, to reclaim our place. Or will we allow ourselves to be forgotten, like dust in the wind?" His words hung heavy in the air, a charge that electrified the room, wrapping around us like chains. I could feel Eloise tremble beside me, torn between her fierce loyalty and the gnawing sense of impending doom that threatened to engulf us all. "I remember when we were children," she said suddenly, her voice softer now, a gentle sigh against the storm. "We used to dream of castles, and balls, and the kind of love that was promised in the fairy tales. But those dreams, they were built on the ashes of a past we cannot reclaim." Her eyes glistened, not with tears, but with a fierce determination that caught me off guard. In that moment, the air shifted, and I glimpsed the ghosts of our lineage, hovering just beyond our reach. They were a chorus of voices, whispering warning or encouragement, I couldn't tell which. Each echoed sentiment felt like a knife, slicing through the fabric of our resolve. Would we dare to tread the path of our ancestors, knowing the scars it bore? Time unraveled, slipping through our fingers like sand, and I watched as the shadows danced around us, memories, regrets, desires coiling and entwining, a tapestry of our lives woven into the very essence of this moment. I could almost hear the past calling, a haunting melody that beckoned us to listen, to remember. But as the clock chimed again, the sound shuddering through the silence, a wave of dread washed over me. What lay ahead was not the return of a glorious monarchy, but the birth of new horrors, the resurrection of old ghosts. I felt Antoine's hand on my shoulder, grounding me even as the walls began to tremble with the cries of the outside world. "Eloise," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper, "will we become the tyrants we once fought against?" The question hung between us, heavy, ominous, a question that tore at the seams of our shared history. Antoine's laughter faded into a grim smirk, as he stepped back, arms folded across his chest, eyes narrowing. "Only if we forget who we are," he said, a storm brewing behind his words, the promise of conflict lurking just beneath the surface. Outside, the flames flickered higher, and the air filled with the scent of smoke and desperation. My heart raced, a wild drum in the silence, every beat echoing the uncertainty of our future. I could feel the walls closing in, the whispers growing louder, drowning out the remains of our hope. The past was not a distant memory, it was a living entity, thrumming with the pulse of our decisions, our mistakes, and our longing for something greater. And as the clock struck midnight, I understood, this was just the beginning. The beginning of a fight not just for a throne, but for our very souls, for the essence of who we were. And as the shadows deepened, as the cries of revolution wrapped around us, I realized that the battle for the Bourbon monarchy was not merely a political struggle, it was a fight against the ghosts that haunted us, against the tides of history that threatened to drown us in the waves of time. I could feel it, an electric charge in the air, a promise of chaos, a dance with destiny. And I was caught in the center, a player in this dark theater of history. The lights dimmed, and I stood at the precipice, heart pounding, waiting for the moment when everything would change. And then, with a breath held in anticipation, we prepared to step into the void. I remember the air thick with tension, crackling like an electric storm about to unleash its fury. Paris, a city beating with the pulse of revolution, throbbed beneath the weight of dreams unfulfilled. The cobblestones, slick with rain, seemed to whisper secrets of those who had marched before, their shadows barely visible yet ever present, lingering like ghosts with unfinished business. In this moment, the sharp clang of a bell sliced through the stillness, reverberating in my chest, a warning, a summons. Emile, with his bright eyes dimmed by despair, stood clutching a tattered pamphlet, the ink smudged by trembling fingers. "This is it." His voice rang out, raw and urgent, slicing through the murmurs of a restless crowd. "A manifesto for change. The people are ready." But behind his fervor lay an abyss of doubt, a gnawing fear that perhaps change would come at too great a cost. I could see it in the way his breath quickened, in the flickering flame of hope that danced dangerously close to extinguishment. Then there was Clemence, whose heart felt like a drum echoing in the hollow chambers of her chest. The woman who had once reveled in the salons of Paris now felt trapped in a cage of expectations, her dreams stifled by the weight of societal chains. She watched Emile, torn between admiration and a paralyzing dread of what his revolutionary zeal could unleash. "What will it cost us, Emile?" she whispered, her voice trembling with an urgency that made my own heart ache. "What if we lose everything?" The streets buzzed with the fervor of the moment. I could feel the cadence of the city, the pulse of the crowd, each heart beating faster as they anticipated the clash to come. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and hope, a volatile mix that could ignite at any moment. On the edges, fears festered, whispers of betrayal floated like shadows, creeping into the cracks of a discontent society. "I remember the night we spoke of dreams," Emile said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet heavy with an intensity that pulled me closer. "You believed in a future where we could finally be free." His eyes bore into mine, pleading. "Do you still believe, Clemence? Can you still see it?" I thought of dreams, of the cosmos stretching infinitely above us, and felt the weight of time pressing down, each second a reminder that we stood poised on the brink of something monumental. Yet, with every heartbeat, the darkness of doubt seeped into my thoughts. Would their dreams turn to ashes? Would the flames of revolution consume them both? As the crowd surged forward, voices rising in a cacophony of fervent cries, I felt the swell of emotion swell within me, a torrent of anger and longing. Emile raised his fist in defiance, a beacon in the night, and with it came the memories of every soul who had dared to dream before him. But wasn't there also a haunting echo, the wailing of those who had paid the ultimate price? The ghosts of history wrapped around us like a dark shroud, reminding us of the threads that weave through time, threads of blood, sweat, and iron will. "Emile!" Clemence cried, desperation lacing her voice as she reached for him, but the tide of the crowd pulled him away, a riptide of fervor dragging him further into the maelstrom. I could feel her heart shatter in that moment, the pieces of hope and fear colliding in a storm of emotions. Would he become a martyr for a cause, or would he be consumed by the flames he sought to ignite? A roar erupted as the barricades were erected, limbs straining, bodies pressed together in a mass of righteous fury. I could see the determination etched on their faces, the working class rising against the oppressive weight of the monarchy. Yet alongside that determination, I felt the shudder of impending doom, the specter of violence looming just beyond the horizon. "Will they hear us?" Clemence murmured, her voice barely a breath against the rising winds. "Will they understand our pain?" Yet even as she asked, I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, her spirit fighting against the darkness that threatened to choke the light from her soul. The clock tower loomed above, ticking away the seconds, a silent observer of our plight. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting, every tick resonating with the weight of history. I wished then that I could hold on to that fleeting moment forever, the raw emotion crackling in the air. But time, relentless as ever, pushed us towards the precipice of action. And then, like a match striking, chaos erupted. Shouts pierced the night, the sound and explosion of emotions, fear, rage, and the desperate clamor for freedom. Emile stood at the forefront, a figure of tempestuous resolve, while Clemence fell back, caught in the swell of uncertainty. I watched them, two souls caught in a dance of love and revolution, their fates intertwined yet so perilously close to unraveling. "Emile!" Clement screamed, but the tumult drowned her out, the crowd a living entity pulsing with a unified heart. I felt the collective energy rise, a wave crashing against the barriers of oppression, and in that moment, I understood the raw and terrifying beauty of revolution. The streets became a canvas for their dreams and nightmares alike, painted in shades of blood and fire. I felt the heat of the moment seep into my very bones, a reminder that history is not an abstract concept, but the culmination of our hopes and fears, a tapestry woven from our deepest desires and darkest anxieties. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, I sensed the storm of change brewing. The air crackled with potential, the promise of liberation tinged with the specter of despair. And as Emile stood resolute, I felt the weight of their choices hanging in the balance, an unspoken pact between love and revolution, a dance on the edge of an abyss from which there might be no return. In that moment, I knew this was just the beginning, an echo that would resonate through time, the clash of ideals, the relentless pursuit of freedom. I could feel the tension tightening around us, the world on the brink of transformation, and I understood that in the heart of Paris, beneath the shadow of the July monarchy, a fire had been ignited, a fire that would not easily be extinguished. The air hangs thick, a taut wire ready to snap, as the clock strikes midnight in the heart of Paris. Shadows stretch long and twisted, creeping along cobblestone streets slick with rain, a mirror reflecting the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. I can hear the echo of boots pounding against the stones, each step a heartbeat of revolution, a pulse quickening with despair and hope. There's a tension in the air, a whisper of change that sends shivers down my spine. I remember when I thought the world could be different, brighter. Now, it feels as if we're all teetering on the edge of a precipice, with the abyss yawning wide below. I see him, Napoleon III, with his mustache curling like the ends of a sinister question. He stands in the shadows of the Tuileries, a man cloaked in authority yet haunted by the specters of his lineage. The weight of glory presses upon his shoulders, the legacy of a name that carved empires in blood and ambition. But in his eyes, there's something fragile, like a candle flickering in a storm. He's a dreamer caught in a nightmare he cannot escape, the ghost of his uncle lingering in every decision, every misstep. The crown of an emperor sits atop his head, yet he wears it like a noose. And then there's Emile, a soldier, a lover, a man torn between duty and desire, his soul a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. He remembers the warmth of her hand in his, the way her laughter danced through the smoky haze of a Parisian cafe. But now, as he grips his musket tight, the weight of it feels heavier than the memories of joy. He was drawn to the dream of glory, but dreams have a way of twisting into nightmares, and the streets are filled with the cries of the oppressed. He sees faces, his comrades, his friends, thin and gaunt, their eyes hollow. The revolution sings to him, a siren's call, and yet, it fills him with dread. What does it mean to fight for a future that may never come? And then there's Claire, a seamstress caught in the whirlpool of change. She stitches her dreams into the fabric of life, but the threads unravel faster than she can bind them. Her heart beats for Emile, yet she feels the sharpness of despair in every stitch she makes. She remembers the laughter of the children playing in the streets, the way the sunlight danced on their faces, but those days seem so far away now, like distant stars lost in a murky sky. The world is darkening, shadows creeping closer with every passing day. The air is thick with a pungent mix of hope and dread, and she fears the day she'll lose him to the war that calls to him with its intoxicating promise of change. Time ticks on, a relentless march toward an uncertain future. Napoleon paces, the rhythm of his footsteps a metronome of his anxious thoughts. He remembers the cheers of the crowds when he first ascended to power, the intoxicating thrill of being adored. But adoration is a fickle mistress, she turns her back with the slightest misstep, and now, whispers of discontent swirl like autumn leaves caught in a gust. The people grow restless. They hunger for the bread of promise, and when their stomachs cry out in pain, they will not hesitate to turn against the hand that feeds them. Emile tightens his grip on the rifle, a weapon that feels both like a shield and a curse. He remembers the faces of the fallen, the blood-soaked earth that drinks in their sacrifice. Each lifeless body his seen weighs on him, a chain linked to his heart, dragging him deeper into a chasm of despair. He wants to fight for something greater, to carve out a future where love and laughter can flourish. But with every passing day, that vision grows dimmer, as the specter of war looms larger, casting a shadow over the flickering flame of rebellion. And Claire, oh, how she longs for the light of his smile, the warmth of his embrace. Each stitch she makes is infused with longing, a desperate attempt to weave their lives into a tapestry that won't unravel. She walks the dimly lit streets, the hum of discontent buzzing around her like an angry swarm of bees. She remembers the first time she touched his hand, how it ignited something within her, a fire that burned bright against the bleak backdrop of disillusionment. But now, as she stands amidst the chaos, she fears that fire will be snuffed out, leaving only cold ashes behind. The clock ticks again, echoing ominously as Napoleon stares into the abyss of his legacy. He can feel the weight of history pressing upon him, the ghosts of those who came before clawing at his conscience. Can he turn the tide? Can he rise to the challenge, or will he falter, a footnote in the annals of time? The night feels alive with possibility and dread, a churning sea where the waves threaten to drown him. Emile runs through the streets, heart racing, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He can taste the salt of sweat and fear on his lips, the notion of heroism battling against the weight of reality. He passes by clusters of people, their faces set in grim determination, and for a moment, he feels a spark of hope kindle within him. What if they could be the architects of change? What if they could rewrite the narrative of their existence? But then, just as quickly, that hope flickers, dimmed by the harsh reality of a world that takes more than it gives. Claire stands in her small workshop, needles and fabric scattered around her like fragments of a broken dream. She can hear the distant sounds of the city, the cries, the shouts, the clash of ideals. Each sound sends tremors through her heart. She remembers the night they danced under the stars, the way Emile held her close as if the world could collapse around them and they would remain untouched. But now, the looming shadow of war threatens to sever the ties that bind them. With every heartbeat, the electric tension builds, a storm brewing on the horizon. The winds howl, carrying with them the scent of change, a mixture of gunpowder and hope, of destruction and rebirth. The three of them, caught in the tangled web of fate, are drawn together by their dreams and their fears, yet pulled apart by the relentless tide of history. And there lies the essence of it all, the rise and fall of an empire, the dance of ambition and despair, the unyielding march of time, and the delicate balance of love and loss. The night stretches on, a canvas painted with shadows and whispers, an unrelenting reminder that in the face of chaos, the human heart beats on, defiant and yearning. The stage is set for a confrontation, but the outcome remains a mystery, a breath held tight within the confines of history, a story still waiting to be told. The sun hung low in the sky, a crimson orb bleeding into the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the battered fields of France. In this moment, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and smoke, an ominous prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. I stood there, heart racing, a mere spectator to history, the world spinning around me in a riot of sound and fury. The crack of rifle fire echoed like thunder, each shot a heartbeat in the cacophony of war, while the whispers of the dying lingered in the air, haunting and relentless. I remember Henri, his face a canvas of determination and despair. He gripped his rifle, knuckles white, fighting the urge to flee as the enemy charged over the rise, a dark wave crashing against the fragile barrier of our hopes. He was just a boy, really, barely a man, yet in that fleeting moment, he wore the weight of a nation on his shoulders. I could see the fire in his eyes, but also the flicker of fear. "What if they see me?" he murmured, voice barely a whisper, lost in the roar of impending doom. I wanted to tell him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the defiance of it. But words felt hollow in the face of such raw terror. And then there was Elise. God, Elise! She stood behind the makeshift barricade, not a soldier but a nurse, her hands stained with blood, her heart drumming a frantic rhythm of hope and hopelessness. Every time she rushed to aid a fallen brother, I could see her spirit teetering on the edge of despair. "I can't lose him," she cried out once, her voice breaking, searching the battlefield for any sign of Henri. In that moment, the world fell away. Time became elastic, stretching into eternity as we both held our breath, waiting, praying. The sun dipped lower, and shadows danced like ghosts across the ground, whispering secrets of what was to come. The Franco-Prussian War loomed like a spectre, a relentless tide that would sweep away dreams and lives, leaving only echoes. I felt the weight of history pressing down, each second ticking away like the dying breaths of the wounded. I remember the faces, so many faces, twisted in agony or marked by an eerie calm. Each one a testament to the human spirit, yet each one a reminder of our fragility. The tensions brewing between France and Prussia were like a storm gathering on the horizon, dark and ominous. The air crackled with unspoken words, the kind that linger beneath the surface, waiting for a single spark. Diplomats bickered and plotted, their words sharp as knives, yet here we were, mere pawns in their grand game, our lives hanging by a thread. I remember the whispers of betrayal and ambition, the hunger for power that blinded the leaders, while in the trenches, we fought not for glory, but for survival. Then came the clash, a symphony of chaos punctuated by the cries of the fallen. It was a visceral dance, a ballet of destruction. I watched as Henri faced the chaos, eyes wide, a mixture of fear and resolve. For France, he shouted, a battle cry that reverberated through the air, yet I could hear the tremor in his voice. It was an anthem of desperation, a plea for meaning amidst the brutality. I wanted to scream for him, to pull him back from the edge, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the weight of the moment. Elise moved like a ghost through the battlefield, her hands reaching out to the wounded, a beacon of compassion in a sea of despair. I remember her laughter, a fleeting sound that felt out of place amidst the horror. "They're not dead yet," she exclaimed once, her voice shimmering with an absurd kind of hope as she bandaged a soldier's leg. It felt surreal, the juxtaposition of life and death, the grotesque ballet set against the backdrop of war. She was fearless, yet vulnerable, her heart breaking with each life she could not save. But war is not just a clash of swords, it is a tempest that ravages the very soul of humanity. As the battle raged on, I felt the ground shift beneath us, the tremors of change echoing through the air. The tide had turned, the Prussians relentless in their advance, each moment more harrowing than the last. "We're losing," Henri whispered, his voice cracking, the fire in his eyes dimming. In that moment, everything came crashing down, the weight of our dreams, the burden of our fears. I remember the darkness that followed, a suffocating shroud descending over the land. We were left to reckon with the consequences of ambition, the price of power. The war left scars not only on the land but on the hearts of those who survived. The fabric of our lives had been torn asunder, each thread a story of loss, love, and the haunting shadows of what could have been. And as the final echoes of battle faded into silence, I could feel the ghosts of our choices lingering in the air. There was no triumphant return, no joyous reunion. Instead, we were left with the weight of our shattered dreams and the haunting question that clung to our souls, was it worth it? The sun sank completely, leaving only a dark void where hope once flickered. We were prisoners of our own making, trapped in a cycle of pain, longing for the light yet haunted by the shadows of our past. And so we stood, united by our grief, our hearts forever bound to the haunting memories of a war that would carve its story into the very marrow of our beings. The echoes of the Franco-Prussian War would reverberate through our lives, an indelible mark on our existence, a reminder that the true cost of conflict is not measured in victories, but in the hearts forever lost in the shadows of war. The gunfire echoes in the air, a haunting symphony of chaos and desperation. I stand frozen, my heart pounding against my ribs, each thud a reminder of the life I cling to amid this storm. The streets of Paris, once vibrant with laughter and love, are now a battlefield, each alley a ghostly reminder of what we've lost, what we must fight for. Dust hangs in the air like thick fog, and the smell of gunpowder mingles with the acrid stench of fear. I remember the moment I first laid eyes on Elise, her defiant gaze, like a candle flickering in the wind. She stood tall among the crowd, a beacon in the darkness, her voice rising above the cacophony. For liberty, she shouted, and the words took flight, infusing the damp air with a potent life. I was drawn to her, the fire of her spirit igniting something in me that had long been dormant. But now, as I stand beside her in this chaos, the fire feels more like a curse, and I wonder if I've sacrificed too much for a dream that may consume us all. Elise grips my hand, her knuckles white with determination. "We cannot falter," she says, her voice steady despite the trembling of her body. But I see the fear behind her eyes, the flickering doubt that threatens to extinguish the flame she carries. They'll come for us, they'll try to crush our hopes underfoot. I want to tell her she's wrong, that this revolution is ours to seize, but the truth lingers, heavy and unwelcome. It gnaws at my insides, a relentless whisper echoing in the void. What if we lose? Across the street, Henri stands, a figure carved from shadow and desperation. He was once a poet, his verses spilling onto parchment like a river of dreams. Now, he clutches a rifle with hands that tremble, the words stuck in his throat like a curse. I remember the way he used to laugh, how he saw beauty in the mundane. But in this moment, beauty feels like a cruel joke, an illusion stripped bare by the weight of our reality. His eyes dart around, desperately seeking a glimpse of hope in the maelstrom. Elise, he calls, his voice raw with urgency. We need to fall back. But she won't budge, her spirit a tempest against the quiet chaos. Still, I feel the pull of Henri's plea, the shadows around us grow darker, looming like specters. The clock tower chimes, each toll a grim reminder that time is slipping away, dragging us down to an abyss we can't escape. I want to scream, to lash out against the despair threatening to envelop us, but all that emerges is a choked whisper. What do we do? Elise squeezes my hand tighter, a lifeline in this sea of despair. We fight, she breathes, and the conviction in her voice resonates within me. But what are we fighting for? A dream? A fleeting vision of a future where power belongs to the people? The ideals that once burned bright now feel like ashes, remnants of a hope that may never ignite again. I want to believe, to surrender myself to the fervor of revolution, but doubt trails behind like a shadow, whispering that we are just children playing at war. Then, suddenly, the air shifts. The front lines of our comrades surge forward, hearts pounding like war drums. I catch a glimpse of a flag above the heads of the crowd, a banner of red and black, bright against the grey sky. It flutters in the wind, a defiant cry against the encroaching darkness. My heart races, pounding a rhythm of war and hope, igniting something deep within me. I remember the faces of those who fought before us, the dreamers, the poets, the lovers of liberty. Their spirits linger, ghosts of a revolution yet to be fulfilled. Together? Elise shouts, her voice piercing through the din. We move as one. And for a heartbeat, I feel invincible, a warrior rising from the ashes. But in the next moment, the rattle of gunfire slices through the air, and the realization crashes down. The price of this fight is steep. The blast echoes in my ears, and chaos erupts around us. Bodies fall, and blood paints the cobblestones, vivid against the dreary backdrop of despair. Henri rushes forward, his rifle raised, but the fear in his eyes is palpable. I see the child he once was, buried beneath layers of turmoil, and it tears me apart. Henri! I call, but my voice is swallowed by the screams of the dying. He turns, his face a mask of terror and resolve, and I see him grapple with the man he's become. The poet reduced to a soldier, the tragedy of it gnaws at me, and I wonder if we are all just shadows of who we were. Don't do this. I scream, but he's lost now, consumed by the chaos. I watch as he plunges headlong into the fray, a wave crashing against the rocks, and I feel a piece of my soul shatter. The loss of what we once were hangs heavy, a haunting reminder of dreams slipping through our fingers like sand. As the battle rages on, the cacophony becomes a blurred tapestry of noise, shouts meld into cries and laughter turns to wails. The city I love feels alive and dead all at once, a cruel paradox. The heart of Paris beats beneath the rubble of dreams. Each moment stretches into infinity, caught in the web of our fervor and despair, and I find myself questioning everything. I remember the laughter of children playing in the streets, the warmth of summer evenings spent with Elise, and the poetry Henri once crafted with such grace. Where has that world gone? Have we sacrificed it all for a promise that may never materialize? The air is charged with emotion, a tempest of hope and despair swirling around us. I want to fight. I want to believe. But as I stand on this precipice, surrounded by the shadows of our ideals, I can't escape the crushing weight of uncertainty. The echoes of our dreams linger in the corners of my heart, and I know this fight is far from over. I search for Elise, for Henri, but the chaos has swallowed them whole. The fight continues, unrelenting, a tide of humanity crashing against the wall of oppression. I hear the distant toll of the clock, and it feels like time mocking us, counting down the moments until the inevitable. I take a breath, the taste of iron and sweet desperation on my tongue. The revolution rages on, an endless dance of life and death, and I stand at the edge, my heart caught in the whirlwind, torn between the ghosts of what was and the promise of what might be. The clock struck midnight, its echo a haunting reminder that time waits for no one. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets of Paris, flickering like the last breaths of a dying flame. Underneath the moon's watchful eye, a revolution simmered, quiet, yet electric. Blood and dreams soaked the soil, whispering tales of hope and despair. I stood there, invisible, trapped between the past and an uncertain future, as the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder and ambition. I remember the fear in Emil's eyes, flaring with a wild, desperate kind of hope. "We must act now," he shouted, voice trembling, half command, half plea. His heart beat like a war drum, and in that moment, he became the embodiment of every fallen hero, every martyr. He was flawed, so achingly human. His dreams of a republic, vibrant and free, clashed with the chains of tradition. But wasn't that the paradox of every revolution? Revolving around a sun of blood and glory, yet always casting shadows of despair. Across from him stood Claire, her face a storm of resolve and doubt. The flickering lantern cast an unforgiving light on her features, illuminating the scars left by previous failures. "Do you even know what this will cost us?" Her voice quivered, a fragile thread woven with memories of loved ones lost, of trust shattered, of nights spent in the company of ghosts. She was the heart of this chaos, a lighthouse in a tempest, but her fear pushed her into the shadows. I remember the weight of that moment, an unspoken agreement hanging in the air like a thick fog. Emil's resolve clashed against Claire's trepidation, and the tension curled like smoke between them. Each heartbeat was a countdown, as if the very fabric of their fate was woven tightly with threads of courage and doubt. They were caught in an eternal loop, a cycle of hope and heartache, spiraling toward an unknown horizon. The streets echoed with the distant thunder of footsteps, a relentless tide of people, all hungry for change, their collective heartbeat a cacophony of anger and aspiration. The revolution was a beast, breathing fire, and every soul felt the heat. I could see the flickers of determination in their eyes as they marched, 1,000 stories mingling into one, each life a universe, each dream a star. But fear clung to their resolve like a shroud, gnawing at the edges of their determination. I watched Claire's expression shift, her gaze turning inward, haunted by the specters of past failures. "What if we fail?" she whispered, and in that moment, the weight of the world rested on her shoulders. She was not just battling for herself, she was fighting for every life that had been crushed under the weight of oppression. The ghosts of those who had lost their dreams whispered in her ear, begging for justice. Then Emil stepped closer, his presence ablaze against the encroaching darkness. "No. We will not fail. We can't afford to fail." He shook with fervor, a burning torch amidst the icy chill of doubt. I felt the heat from his words, igniting something deep within me. This is our chance. Our time to reshape the world. A moment, a heartbeat, a breath, a flicker of hope. The crowd surged forward, propelled by Emil's fire. And in that instant, I could see a glimmer of possibility. It wasn't just a revolution, it was a reckoning. But the struggle for power is never straightforward, always marred by the scars of betrayal. The ghosts of history loomed large, whispering warnings that echoed through the dark alleys of Paris. As they marched, a palpable tension settled over the city, a storm brewing on the horizon. Claire hesitated, the shadows of doubt creeping back. "Emil, what if we are just pawns in someone else's game?" She was right to question. Every revolution comes with a heavy price, and the scales of justice can tip in the blink of an eye. The night stretched on, the moon a silent witness to their struggles, casting a cold light on the path ahead. I felt it, the pull of destiny, the weight of their choices pressing down like a thick fog. The air crackled with anticipation, a prelude to chaos, and I could almost taste the bitter tang of fear mingling with hope. As they reached the heart of the city, the gathering crowd erupted in a chorus of defiance, voices layered with pain and determination. The scent of sweat and adrenaline hung thick in the air, and the clock continued to tick, relentless and unforgiving. Emil's passion ignited a fire in each soul, but could it withstand the tempest of betrayal lurking just beyond their sight? The first clash shattered the air, a cacophony of shouts, a hailstorm of fists against shields. I felt the earth tremble beneath the weight of their fury, and it was beautiful and terrifying all at once. Claire's hands clenched at her sides, torn between her longing to fight and the instinct to run. "I can't watch this," she cried, her voice breaking, a desperate plea to the universe. I felt her pain, her fear clawing at her heart, and yet, I could see the flickering flame of resolve in her eyes. Emil surged forward, a warrior amidst the chaos, his spirit unyielding. "We're fighting for our future, Claire," he shouted, a beacon in the dark. "We must believe." But the shadows whispered back, taunting, their laughter echoing against the walls of outdated ideals. And then, in a heartbeat that stretched like eternity, I understood. This wasn't just a battle for power, it was a tumultuous dance with destiny, a complex tapestry woven with threads of hope, betrayal, and the haunting melodies of the past. I remember that night, the clash, the fire, the voices rising like a tide, each moment a pulse in the revolution's heart. But as the echoes of conflict filled the air, a new dawn approached, one that would bring either redemption or ruin. I felt the weight of their choices, the paths diverging like rivers in the night, each lined with the ghosts of dreams yet unfulfilled. The struggle had only just begun, and the dawn threatened to arrive not with a gentle light but with the harsh glare of reality. In that moment, I knew that the Third Republic was not merely a destination, it was a journey, a labyrinth of shadows and brilliance, filled with the timeless conflict between hope and despair. The story was far from over, it was merely a chapter, aching to unfold, begging for the next heartbeat to echo through the night. The air crackled with the tension of unspoken words, thick enough to choke a man. I stood in the shadows of a crumbling stone building, its rough edges cradling the echoes of 1,000 whispers. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, a blood-orange orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like the restless spirits of those who had come before us. I could hear the distant rumble of drums, vibrant, primal, calling to the hearts of men and women woven into the very fabric of the land. "I remember," she said, her voice breaking through the din of my thoughts. Aisha, the fire in her eyes flickering as wildly as the flames of the torches clenched in the hands of her people. I remember the smell of the earth after the rain, the way the sky opened wide, and we felt the world was ours. Her gaze flicked to the horizon, to the soldiers marching toward us, their uniforms a stark, jarring contrast against the vibrant hues of our village. And with them came the weight of iron and greed, a storm brewing on the edge of this fragile paradise. Their laughter, a cruel, mocking sound, broke the air like shattering glass. I felt the chill crawl up my spine as I realized they were not here to share in our joys. No, they were here to claim, to take what was never theirs. I could see the glint of rifles, shiny and menacing, reflecting the dying light of day. Too many had come before, too many had met this fate, but this time, I had a choice. I looked to Kwame, my brother in arms, his fists clenched tight, every muscle in his body taut with fury. He was a tempest of emotion, a man who wore his heart like a warrior's shield, yet inside, I could sense his fear. "They don't understand," he whispered, voice raw and trembling. "They think we are shadows, echoes of a fading past. But we were flesh, blood, and bone, and these invaders would not turn us into ghosts without a fight." Time felt suspended, as if the universe held its breath. I could taste the metallic tang of anxiety on my tongue, feel the rhythm of my heartbeat thudding in my ears like the drums of war. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, tales woven into the very essence of our soil. Legends of resilience, of standing tall against the tide of oppression. But now, they felt like distant memories, fading like the twilight. Aisha stepped forward, her resolve igniting like the fire she so fiercely embodied. "We rise for every child who dreams under these stars," she declared, voice rising above the clamor. "We rise for the land that cradles us, for the blood that binds us. We will not be erased." And in that moment, I felt the swell of something powerful, something that surged through the air, hope, fierce and unyielding. It was a call to arms, a reminder of who we were. I thought of the labyrinth of our shared history, of the laughter that once rang through these streets, the dances that filled the nights. The invaders may have come to conquer, but we had come to resist. The clash began like a thunderclap, sudden and deafening. Screams pierced the air, a raw chorus of agony and defiance. The world around us morphed into chaos, a dance of shadows and light, of life and death intertwined. I caught a glimpse of Kwame, his eyes fierce, locked on a soldier who dared to step too close. And in that heartbeat, time warped, everything slowed, the world narrowing to a singular moment of truth. Kwame, a force of nature, charging like a storm. I wanted to scream, to reach out, to pull him back, but the weight of it all held me in place, rooted in the soil that was so deeply ours. The sounds of battle enveloped me, drums replaced by the cacophony of chaos, the clash of metal, the shouts of men, the cries of the wounded. Each sound a reminder that history was unfolding, that we were both players and pawns on this brutal stage. The sky was a canvas of fire, and I could feel the heat on my face, a premonition of what was to come. In the thick of the chaos, I caught sight of Aisha again, eyes blazing, moving like a flame, unpredictable, fierce, alive. She stood as a testament to our spirit, a reminder that we were not yet broken. Together, she cried, an invocation to the gathering storm. We stand as one, against the darkness. But the darkness was relentless. I felt the weight of despair creeping in, clawing at the edges of my resolve. I remembered the stories of those who had come before us, the lives snuffed out, the cultures erased. I remembered their faces, their laughter turned to silence, and in a flash, I was lost in the vastness of it all, the weight of history pressing down like a shroud. But there was a flicker, hope, like a fragile flame, dancing defiantly against the wind. Aisha, Kwame, and I, we embodied that flame. We were bound by the very land we fought for, the memories that coursed through our veins. As soldiers advanced, I felt the pulse of our ancestors guiding me, igniting a fire within me that surged against the tide of despair. The battle surged forward, my heartbeat synced with the chaos, every breath laden with purpose. And in the midst of it all, I realized that this was not merely a fight for territory, it was a battle for our souls, for our very existence. The stakes were high, and we would not yield. I remember every scream, every heartbeat echoing through the air, a symphony of life and death. I remember the way the flames leaped to the sky, illuminating our faces, revealing the raw truth of our struggle. We were alive, and we would fight until the last breath in our lungs. The sun dipped lower, the drums beat louder, and the shadows danced, reminding us that in this moment, we were not just fighting for land. We were fighting for the very essence of who we were. As the tension mounted, the chaos churned, the heart of our story entwined with the struggle for survival. And in that blend of emotions, a cocktail of fury, fear, and hope, the lines between us and them blurred, echoing through the ages, reminding us that our fight was only just beginning. The chill of the stone walls hugs the air, thick with whispers, each one a serrated blade, cutting through the fragile silence. The room is dimly lit, a flickering gas lamp struggling against the encroaching darkness, the shadows dancing like phantoms, weaving tales of betrayal and despair. I can hear my heart pounding, a persistent drumbeat echoing the chaos outside, a world on fire, fueled by hatred and fervent nationalism. In this moment, the walls close in, each brick a witness to the impending tragedy, each crack a testimony of a fractured soul. I remember the day it happened, the day everything changed. Lieutenant Alfred Dreyfus stood there, a pawn in a game he didn't even know he was playing. His uniform was crisp, but his eyes betrayed him, glazed over in disbelief as the courtroom erupted, a cacophony of accusations spiraling around him. Traitor, they shouted, venom dripping from their lips, the very word a noose tightening around his neck. I could feel the weight of the room's contempt pressing down, suffocating, like a noxious fog that seeped into our bones and marrow. And there was Pickquart, the man of duty, the man of honor, torn between the cold steel of his convictions and the warmth of his humanity. He watched, horrified, as Dreyfus's world crumbled to dust. The echoes of his own heart, an agonizing symphony of guilt and anger, resonated within him. "This is wrong," he muttered, though the words felt hollow in that storm of fervor and delirium. He knew the truth, the secrets the military buried beneath layers of deceit, but how could he fight an institution so steeped in pride and prejudice? The burden of knowledge sat heavy on his shoulders, like a boulder that could crush him whole. And then there was Lucy, Dreyfus's wife, her heart a fragile glass vase, shattered by the brutal reality of her husband's imprisonment. She came to the courtroom, her eyes a tempest of rage and grief, her hands trembling as they clutched the letter he had written her from prison. Every word was a knife, each syllable a reminder that love, too, was a battlefield. "Alfred, my love, I will fight for you," she had whispered to the wind, her voice a prayer, yet it felt like a curse. In a world that turned its back on their love, she became the shield against a tide of hatred, a warrior cloaked in vulnerability. I remember the night her tears fell like rain, each drop a reminder of the injustices that gnawed at her soul. The moon was a witness, casting a silver glow across her despair. "Why?" she cried to the heavens, her voice raw, a mixture of anguish and frustration. "Why does this world conspire against us?" The stars twinkled overhead, indifferent to her torment, a cosmic audience to her heartbreak. Pickquart, burdened by his own conscience, sought the truth like a moth drawn to a flame, each revelation a flicker in the darkness of his own complicity. "I cannot let this stand," he whispered to the empty walls of his office, each echo a reminder of the courage he needed to muster. He knew the risks, the whispers that could turn into roars, the shadows that could swallow him whole, but the thought of Dreyfus, alone and broken, gnawed at the very fabric of his being. The faces of his comrades, twisted in blind allegiance, haunted him like ghosts. How could he betray them? Yet, how could he betray Dreyfus? The tension built, an invisible thread stretching taut between them, connecting their fates in an intricate dance of resistance and despair. In the dead of night, they exchanged glances, their mutual understanding thickening the air around them. It was a silent pact, forged in the fires of conviction, a rebellion against the rising tide of nationalism that threatened to consume them all. Yet, every heartbeat echoed with the fear of failure, the suffocating dread of being lost to history as mere footnotes in a narrative of hate. But the world was watching, a nation poised at the edge of a precipice, its heart divided. The press fanned the flames, headlines dripping with disdain, a theater of malice where Dreyfus became the scapegoat for a society haunted by its demons. "He is the enemy," they screamed, and the populace, hungry for a villain, desperate for a scapegoat, devoured the narrative, the bloodlust fueling their every hatred, their every fear. As the courtroom sat in judgment, the ghost of reason was drowned in a sea of bigotry. Lucy's hands shook, clutching the bar of the witness stand, desperate to reach her beloved Alfred. The echoes of the gavel ricocheted off the walls, each strike a reminder of their separation, of the world's indifference to their love. The crowd jeered and roared, a monstrous beast empowered by prejudice, and the weight of her helplessness wrapped around her like a shroud. "Justice will prevail," Pickquart whispered, though even he doubted his own words. The shadows in the room seemed to laugh at him, a mocking symphony of fate that twisted his heart. He was but a single voice in a cacophony of resentment, a lighthouse surrounded by an angry sea, his resolve wavering like the flickering flame of the gas lamp. In that moment, I felt the pulse of history thrumming in my veins. The stakes were high, and the air crackled with tension, a storm on the horizon of humanity. Each breath drawn felt heavy with the weight of expectation, of fear, of hope, an intertwining of destinies that would shape the very essence of a nation. And as the gavel fell, sealing Dreyfus's fate, I realized that this was not just about one man or one woman, it was a reflection of humanity's darkest corners, a mirror held up to a society that had lost its way, caught in the grips of fervor and hatred. The ghosts of the past wove through the present, haunting every heart with the echoes of their choices. I remember the darkness creeping in, the shadows murmuring promises of despair. Hope flickered like the last tiny star in a sky slowly being choked by clouds, but in that darkness, even the faintest light could set the world ablaze. The night stretched on, and the story was far from over, no resolution, only the grinding gears of fate, shifting beneath the weight of history, begging to be told, longing to be felt. The clock strikes midnight, its voice echoing through the cobblestone streets of Paris, a heartbeat in the silence that envelops the city like a shroud. Shadows dance along the facades of buildings, whispering secrets of a bustling world that has long since dimmed. In this haunting stillness, a woman stands at the edge of the Seine, her breath visible in the crisp night air. Juliet, a seamstress with dreams stitched intricately into the fabric of her existence, clutches the tattered edges of her coat, feeling the weight of ambition and despair press against her chest. She remembers. She remembers the gleam of the chandeliers in the grand salons, the laughter that echoed like thunder, the aroma of fresh pastries mingling with the perfume of possibility. Yet tonight, the river reflects not the vibrant pulse of life, but the murky depths of her fears. Juliet's fingers brush against the fabric of a gown she had crafted for a society ball, a creation meant to shimmer in the glow of admiration. But here, under the watchful eyes of the moon, it feels like a shroud, a reminder of the woman she yearns to be but fears she will never become. Across the river, a man stands resolute, Antoine, a painter whose canvas has captured the very soul of Paris, yet who feels like a ghost among the living. He gazes at the same moon, its cold light illuminating his struggles, illuminating the loneliness that clings to him like fog. Antoine is tormented by visions that refuse to be captured, a swirling tempest of color and shadow that eludes his brush. He remembers the applause, the admiration, he remembers the thrill of creation, now dulled by doubt. His fingers ache with the desire to paint beauty, yet they tremble, haunted by the fear of failure. As Juliet watches the water ripple, she recalls the laughter of her brother, a laughter now silenced by the gnawing jaws of poverty. He had once whispered encouragement, filling her heart with warmth, but now, that warmth has turned to ashes, and the river seems to mock her every hope. She clutches the gown tighter, feeling its fabric as a lifeline, yet it binds her, a reminder of the expectations that suffocate her spirit. Antoine, too, is haunted by the spectre of loss. He remembers the nights spent in the company of other artists, their heated debates echoing in his mind like distant thunder. They shared dreams, aspirations, yet now, in the depths of his solitude, their faces have blurred into shadows, mere echoes in a cacophony of color. He stumbles forward, drawn by an invisible thread toward the river, toward Juliet, toward a fate that seems intertwined with his own. Their eyes meet across the water, a silent recognition, a mirror of each other's despair. Juliet, with her dreams stitched and frayed, and Antoine, with his vision splattered and smeared. In that moment, the world around them fades. The city, once vibrant, now feels like a ghost town, and the laughter of the salons turns to a distant murmur, swallowed by the gravity of their shared silence. I remember, she whispers, a breath of wind carrying her words across the water, the nights when hope felt tangible, like the silk I'd weave into countless gowns. Her voice is a thread, pulling him closer, binding them in their shared memory of what could have been. Antoine steps forward, the cool air wrapping around him, the weight of his brush heavy in his pocket. I remember too, he replies, his voice a low rumble, the colors that bled into my dreams, the shapes that danced just beyond my grasp. His heart races, each word igniting a flicker of something he thought long extinguished. In an instant, the bridge between them feels like a chasm, yet the longing to connect defies the distance. Would you paint my dreams? Juliet dares to ask, a spark igniting within her as she speaks. Would you capture the beauty I once saw in myself? Antoine's breath catches. And if I crash into the shadows, he replies, a hint of vulnerability threading through his bravado. What if my canvas cannot hold the light? Then we will paint in the darkness, she counters, a fierce determination igniting her tone. We will find beauty within the shadows. In that exchange, the air crackles with electricity, a fragile alliance, a tentative pact formed in the night. As they step closer, the Seine ripples, reflecting not just their figures, but the flickering embers of possibility. The city around them breathes, alive with the echo of laughter from alleyways and the distant strains of a piano playing a melancholic tune. The night is alive, dreams and despair swirl together like smoke rising into the sky. Time itself seems to shift, bending and folding as they share fragments of their shattered hopes, each story weaving a tapestry of resilience. I remember, Juliet's voice falters, emotions crashing like waves against the shore of her heart. I remember feeling beautiful, not just in my creations, but in the very essence of who I am. The admission lingers in the air, a fragile confession that could shatter or uplift. Antoine steps into the shadows, where dreams and nightmares intertwine. And I remember the thrill of capturing a moment, life bursting forth from a blank canvas. He grips the brush in his pocket, a talisman against the darkness that looms. But perhaps we are simply ghosts of our former selves, wandering in a city that no longer recognizes us. The tension thickens, a coiled spring, a moment held in suspense. They are at the precipice, each heartbeat a drumroll of fate. The world around them fades, the city a haunting backdrop to their burgeoning connection. In the flicker of a lantern, illuminating their faces with a soft glow, the weight of their emotions hangs like the stars, vast, ungraspable, yet achingly close. Juliet's heart races, the fear of rejection swirling within her. "What if we fail?" she whispers, voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "Then we'll fail together," Antoine replies, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. "And perhaps, in that failure, we will find our truth." And just as the clock tolls once more, marking the passage of time, the night wraps around them, an embrace filled with uncertainty and hope, shaping the contours of dreams yet to be realized. The city sleeps, but they stand awake, on the edge of creation, where shadows hold their secrets and the dawn waits patiently with bated breath. The moon, a silent witness, bathes them in its cold light, watching as they weave together the fabric of their destinies, two souls adrift in the Belle Epoque, where laughter and tears collide, and the echoes of history whisper through the streets like ghosts waiting to be remembered. And as the night deepens, the world holds its breath, waiting for the dawn to break, a new chapter, a new canvas, the promise of beauty yet to unfold. The air hangs heavy, a thick fog of gunpowder and despair, clinging to the skin like a shroud. I can taste the bitterness in my mouth as I crouch in the mud, heart hammering in my chest like a drum signaling the end of the world. The distant echoes of artillery thunder through the shattered landscape, a reminder that death is not just a whisper but a cacophony, and I am ensnared in its embrace. Henri, my brother, is beside me, his eyes wide with a terror that seems to freeze time itself. I watch as he clutches his rifle, knuckles white, the trembling of his hands betraying his resolve. He is a boy still, barely 18, yet the war has aged him beyond measure. I remember his laughter, so sweet and innocent, like the chime of a distant church bell, but here, in this hellscape, it has been swallowed whole. "Jene vieux par mourir," he murmurs, a prayer lost in the chaos swirling around us. I reach out, gripping his shoulder, a lifeline in this sea of madness, but I know my own heart is a brittle thing. We are caught in a web of fear, and I am terrified that this moment, this fragile connection, might be the last we share. The ground shakes, and the air ignites with the fury of artillery shells ripping through the earth. I remember the stories we heard as children, tales of valor and glory, of knights in shining armor riding into battle, and now I wonder, where is that glory now? It has become a grotesque caricature of itself, bodies strewn like forgotten dolls, their dreams extinguished amidst the ruins of France's once proud fields. Across the trench, I see Marie, a nurse, her face smeared with soot and blood, eyes fierce as she moves with purpose. She weaves through the carnage, a guardian angel amid the wreckage, yet I know the weight of her burdens. Her hands are stained with the lives she cannot save, and I see the pain etched into her brow, a constant reminder of the cost of this conflict. I've loved her since before this nightmare began, but words escape me now, lost like the souls of the fallen. "Stay alive," she shouts, her voice rising above the din, a desperate command that sends shivers down my spine. I see her glancing back at me, the question hanging in the air, will we survive? I do not answer. I can't. I am a coward. My heart is a traitor, beating in a rhythm of panic as I look into her eyes, searching for a glimmer of hope in the abyss, but all I find is the reflection of my own fear. The night drapes over us like a suffocating blanket, the shadows stretching long and ominous, as if the darkness itself is aware of the horrors unfolding beneath its shroud. I remember my mother's stories of bravery, how she spoke of the stars as guiding lights. But here, the stars feel like distant memories, their brilliance dimmed by the smoke rising from the battlefield. Hope flickers like a candle at the mercy of a storm, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Henri's voice cuts through my reverie, a whisper filled with desperation. What if we don't make it back? The question lands like a stone in my gut. What if? It echoes, reverberates in the hollows of my soul. I think of the faces waiting for us back home, of our father's proud smile, of the woman I hope to marry. Will they remember us as heroes or ghosts? Will they mourn or forget? Another explosion shatters the fragile silence, an instinct takes over, I dive for cover, pulling Henri down beside me. My body is a cage of dread, yet I feel the heat radiating from the chaos, the raw energy of survival coursing through my veins. I am alive, and that is enough, for now. Marie appears again, her figure a beacon in this hell, rushing towards us, blood-stained apron a testament to her tireless labor. Her voice pierces through the fog of uncertainty. We need to move. More wounded are coming. I can't take my eyes off her, the fire in her spirit igniting something deep within me, a flicker of purpose amidst the chaos. But I can't shake the feeling that this might be the last time I see her, and I am paralyzed by the fear of losing both her and my brother in this storm of madness. Marie! I call out, my voice hoarse, raw as a wound. If I don't make it, don't say that. We will make it. Her eyes blaze with conviction, but beneath the surface, I see the cracks, the fear, the doubt, the realization that she too is fighting against the tide of despair. I grasp her hand, desperate to connect, to anchor myself in the reality of her presence. Then the world erupts once more, a blinding flash followed by a deafening roar. The sky seems to crack open, a rift revealing the depths of hell. Time slows as I watch the ground erupt, a geyser of earth sending bodies flying, limbs twisting like marionettes severed from their strings. In that moment, I am unmoored. I feel Henri slip away from my grasp, his terrified face etched in my mind, a haunting silhouette against the backdrop of destruction. I scream, but no sound escapes my lips. The silence is deafening, consuming everything, and I am left with the weight of despair pressing down upon me like the very earth that has swallowed my brother whole. Marie's hand slips from mine, and I reach for her, fingers grasping at smoke. I remember her laughter, the way her eyes sparkled when the sun kissed her cheeks. I remember the dreams we shared, of a future that now seems impossibly distant. As the dust settles, I am surrounded by the ghosts of the past, the echoes of those who fought and fell, their cries still reverberating in my heart. I am left alone in the shadows, caught between the hopes of yesterday and the bleakness of today, wondering if I will ever find my way back to the light. The night stretches on, a vast abyss where dreams and nightmares intertwine, and I am but a flickering candle, caught in the tempest of war. In this haunting silence, I know the cost of conflict is more than just lives lost, it is the very essence of who we are, forever changed by the scars etched deep within our souls. The clock struck 5, its relentless ticking echoing in the cavernous hall, where silence had become a living thing, thick and suffocating. A gathering of men, ghosts of ambition and sorrow, stood rigid, their faces trapped between pride and despair. I remember the crack in the facade, the way the light broke through the stained glass, splattering the floor in chaotic colors, as if the world itself wept for what was to come. The air crackled with tension, each breath a whisper of betrayal, each heartbeat a countdown to an unimaginable reckoning. There, amid the shadowy forms of power, was Paul. His hands trembled, clenched into fists desperate for release, yet burdened by a heavy guilt that clung to him like the sour scent of smoke after a fire. He was a soldier once, forged in the crucible of war, now reduced to a pawn in this grim game of treaties and territories. I remember the dark circles under his eyes. They told a story of sleepless nights spent replaying the screams of comrades lost, the shrapnel that had turned friendships into memories. What do they know of loss? He muttered to himself, voice barely a whisper, as if afraid the walls would shatter at the sound of his pain. Across the room, Anna stood, a figure of quiet defiance amid the swirling chaos. The edges of her dress brushed against the polished floor, elegant yet unyielding, as if she were a remnant of a bygone era, refusing to fade into nothingness. She gazed at the map spread before them, its contours freshly drawn, borders like scars marking the land. Her heart beat with the rhythm of the past. She remembered the laughter that once filled her home, the echoes of a people united, now torn asunder by the decisions of a few. If only they could see, she thought, her chest tightening, if only they knew that this is not just land, these are lives. In the dim light, shadows danced across her face, and she felt the weight of history pressing down, an invisible shroud around her shoulders. It was inescapable, this sense of destiny twisted with fear. The ink was barely dry on the Treaty of Versailles, yet it felt as if the ink had seeped into the very fabric of their souls. How could a few words, hastily scribbled, dictate the fate of so many? A distant thunder rumbled, and she could almost hear the cries of those who would be displaced, the laughter silenced, the dreams extinguished. Around a table cluttered with papers and ink pots, men argued, their voices rising and falling like a storm brewing outside. We must take their lands, One man bellowed, eyes aflame with ambition. They are weak. This is our opportunity. Each word struck like a hammer, forging chains to bind the fates of nations. Paul's heart sank further, a lead weight in his chest. He could see the faces of those who would suffer, the children torn from their homes, families ripped apart. What have we done? He thought, the question echoing in the recesses of his mind like a mournful refrain. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, a palpable tension thick enough to taste. It was a moment suspended in time, a breath held between past and future. Anna clenched her fists, feeling the warmth of her own spirit flickering in the face of such cold calculation. Let them rewrite the map, she thought defiantly, but they cannot erase our memories. They cannot define who we are. As the debates raged on, a flicker of rebellion ignited within her chest. She stepped forward, her voice steady yet carrying the weight of 1,000 voices. This is not just about borders and power, this is about people. Real lives. If we allow this, we are not just architects of a new order, we become its executioners. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to her, a moment frozen in time, a heartbeat that seemed to echo through the ages. But Paul felt the tremors beneath the surface, a dark undercurrent pulling at the edges of her resolve. He remembered the night they had first met, the innocent laughter shared over cups of bitter coffee, dreams spilling from their lips like stars scattered across an endless sky. How fragile those dreams had been, now threatened by the weight of a world gone mad. He wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice, but the words caught in his throat like shards of glass. "Look out," someone shouted, and the moment shattered like a fragile glass ornament. Chaos erupted. A loud crash, the sound of a window breaking, splintered the tension like a bullet through the heart. Outside, the world was ablaze with the fiery heart of revolution, a storm of disillusionment raging against the decisions made in that stifling room. Paul's thoughts raced. Would they be the ones to ignite the flames of change, or were they merely pawns in a game far greater than themselves? The cacophony of voices swirled around them, a tempest of fear and anger, dreams and nightmares colliding. In that tumult, Anna's spirit soared, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. "We are the ghosts of our past, but we are also the architects of our future," she proclaimed, her voice rising above the chaos, resonating with an intensity that sent shivers down spines. "This map may be redrawn, but it will never erase who we are. We will rise." Paul looked into her eyes, and in that moment, everything shifted. The fears, the doubts, they melted away, leaving only a fierce determination that surged through his veins like wildfire. Together, they stood on the precipice of change, the world beyond them a canvas still waiting to be painted. The room pulsed with possibility, each heartbeat echoing the fervor of revolution. As they faced the shadows of their past, the uncertainty of their future loomed large. The air grew thick with the promise of conflict, but something deeper stirred, an insatiable hunger for freedom, for identity, for a life unbound by the chains of decisions made in the dark. They would not be silenced, nor would they let their dreams be extinguished. Here, in this moment, a new chapter began to unfurl, the ink still fresh on the page, waiting for them to write their own destiny. And the clock continued to tick, relentless and unforgiving, each second a reminder that history was not a mere sequence of events but a living, breathing entity, an echo of the past that would shape the future in ways they could barely begin to comprehend. In the shadows, the ghosts of their ancestors whispered, urging them to remember, to fight, to reclaim their narrative. The battle was just beginning, and the stakes were impossibly high. But with each heartbeat, with each breath, they felt the spark of something extraordinary, a revolution born not just of anger, but of love, hope, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing through the darkened streets like a gunshot. In that moment, silence hung heavy, broken only by the hasty footsteps of those who dared to tread outside their doors, eyes darting, hearts pounding. Shadows clung to the corners of every alley, whispering secrets of fear and despair, urging them to retreat. But there was no retreat now. The air was thick with a desperation that clung to the skin, a palpable tension that prickled the hairs on the back of the neck. In a dimly lit tavern, a man sat hunched over his glass, the amber liquid swirling like a tempest inside. Victor, a war veteran, haunted by the ghosts of his past, could barely recognize himself in the mirror-like surface of the drink. He was a man caught between the longing for a forgotten glory and the harsh reality of a world in ruins. The Great War had taken so much, and now, in the aftermath, it felt as if the entire continent was crumbling into dust. The shadows outside loomed larger, and the whispers of extremist ideologies began to seep into the very marrow of society. I remember, he muttered to himself, how it felt to wear a uniform, to fight for something. His voice trailed off, swallowed by the cacophony of laughter and chatter that felt so distant, so foreign. Across the room, a woman named Anna watched, her heart heavy with the weight of the world. Once a hopeful student, she now stood on the precipice of despair, her dreams simmering in the cauldron of economic turmoil. The factory where she worked had laid off half its staff, and her family faced hunger with every passing day. She had fought against the rising tide of radicalism, yet felt the pull of promises that danced with the allure of power and change. The fire of her spirit flickered, she feared it would extinguish. I remember, she whispered into her trembling hands, the days when I believed in something greater than myself. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a gust of cold wind swept through the tavern. A figure stepped inside, broad-shouldered and fierce-eyed, carrying the weight of certainty that came from unwavering beliefs. It was Anton, a fervent believer in a new order, one that promised a return to strength through force. He had once shared laughter with Victor, their camaraderie forged in shared battles, but now, a chasm separated them. His presence sent ripples of tension throughout the room. "We must act," he proclaimed, his voice rich with zeal. "The old ways have failed us. We must seize our destiny." Victor felt an icy blade slice through his heart. Anton's words, once intoxicating, now felt like venom. "You think this will save us?" he shot back, anger igniting within him, the familiar fire of a soldier reawakening. "You think marching in the streets will do anything but spill more blood? We've had enough of that." Anna, caught in the crossfire of their ideological clash, felt her body tremble. The weight of their convictions pressed down on her like the heavy hand of fate. She was drowning in the current of change, and yet, there was a flicker of hope buried beneath the rubble of despair. "Listen," she implored, her voice rising above the din, "this isn't just about power. It's about the people. Families are hungry. Children are scared. We need unity, not division." But her plea fell on deaf ears, as Anton's laughter echoed back, chilling and hollow. "Unity? Look around. They want chaos, Anna. They crave a world that destroys." In that moment, the tavern became a battleground of ideals, each heart pounding in sync with the tension. The air was electric, crackling with the raw energy of unresolved conflict. Victor, Anna, and Anton stood on the precipice of a storm, each feeling the pull of an uncertain future. I remember, Victor's voice quaked as he spoke into the silence that followed Anton's proclamation. I remember the warmth of brotherhood in the trenches. But this, he gestured wildly, this is not brotherhood. This is destruction. Anna's breath hitched, visions of a future flooded her mind. A child's laughter, a garden in bloom, a home filled with warmth. She fought against the tide of despair and anger, her heart aching for the lost dreams of a better tomorrow. "We can change this, we can fight for the right reasons," she shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. But Anton's eyes were alight with fervor, and Victor's gaze was a mirror of grief and anger. The three stood, caught in a tempest of clashing ideologies, each moment echoing with the weight of history yet to unfold. It was not just their lives hanging in the balance, it was the fate of nations, the heartbeat of a world on the brink. Outside, the moon hung low in the sky, a ghostly witness to the turmoil of the human soul. Shadows danced menacingly, and the clock tolled ominously in the distance, each chime a reminder that time was running out. The streets were restless, filled with voices that rose and fell like the tide, a cacophony of hope and despair merging into a singular roar. The air was thick with the inevitability of change, the sound of marching feet echoed through the city, a chorus of unity and division. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat caught between what was and what could be. And as Victor, Anna, and Anton stood their ground, each grappling with their demons, the cosmos itself seemed to hold its breath, watching, waiting for the spark that would ignite the world. I remember, they whispered softly, each lost in their thoughts, their memories intertwining like threads in a fraying tapestry, hoping that somewhere beneath the chaos, a glimmer of humanity might still shine. But in the darkness, the shadows loomed larger, and the winds of extremism began to sweep across the land, pulling them deeper into the vortex of uncertainty. The confrontation was inevitable, the world was about to change, and each heartbeat echoed the mantra, "This is just the beginning." The sky hung low, heavy with the promise of rain, but the air was still. You could hear the faint sound of boots marching, steady, relentless, like a heartbeat echoing through the streets of Paris. I stood there, heart pounding, as the distant rumble of thunder, the clattering of armored vehicles, and the whispers of the oppressed merged into an eerie symphony. I could barely breathe, but I didn't dare move. The shadows felt alive, creeping closer, suffocating in their intimacy. I remember the chill, the cold kiss of fear that gripped my spine. In that moment, everything shifted. The elegance of Paris, the cafes bustling with laughter, the art that had breathed life into its walls, seemed to fade. It was all slipping away, sand through our fingers. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal, a sharp tang in the air, as I thought of my brother, Michel. He was out there somewhere, lost in the chaos, fighting for a cause that seemed as fragile as the fabric of our lives. I remember him, eyes burning with resolve, face smeared with dirt and sweat, the wild spark in his heart. But was it enough? And then there was Claire, my sister, standing next to me, her hands trembling as she clutched a crumpled letter, a plea for escape she would never send. The anguish in her eyes mirrored my own. She was a dreamer, always spinning tales of a brighter tomorrow, yet now those dreams lay shattered on the cobblestones, like broken glass reflecting the horror unfolding around us. I remember how she turned to me, voice shaking, "Do we fight or do we flee?" The question hung between us, a gaping void filled with uncertainty. It echoed in my mind, relentless, like the ticking of a clock counting down to our doom. In the distance, the sirens wailed, a haunting chorus of despair. The German troops had entered our city, and with them came the shadows of oppression, the darkness of a regime that painted the world in shades of grey. Each corner of the street felt like a betrayal, every familiar face now bore the marks of fear. I remember the day they marched in, boots pounding like thunder against the earth. It was more than a military invasion, it was the violation of our soul, our essence. But there was Michel, my brother, my protector, my freedom fighter. I felt the weight of his absence like a stone in my chest. He had joined the resistance, an act of defiance against the tide of fear. Each day, I held my breath, hoping to hear his footsteps at the door. I remember the last time we spoke, how his laughter rang like church bells, echoing with the hope that tomorrow would dawn brighter. "We'll drive them out," he had said, that fire alight in his eyes. Little did he know how easily hope could be snuffed out. As the days turned to weeks, the city transformed. The cafe where we once gathered became a husk of its former self, men in uniforms now claiming its tables, while the laughter of friends evaporated into the ether. Claire and I would sneak glances at each other over our watered-down coffee, hearts heavy with the knowledge that freedom was slipping through our fingers. I remember the way her hand would tremble as she stirred the cup, a fragile porcelain vessel, like the dreams we once shared. Then came the news, Michel had been captured. A chill settled deep within me, a darkness so profound it threatened to crush my very being. I remember the moment the letter arrived, the ink smudged with urgency, the words jagged and raw. They had taken him, and I could almost hear the chains clinking in my mind. I felt my heart fracture, splintering into a million pieces. The reality of his absence clawed at my insides, leaving a gaping wound that throbbed with a life of its own. Time lost meaning as we moved through our days, shadows stalking us at every turn. The city, once vibrant, morphed into a ghost town. I remember standing in the middle of the square, the air thick with tension, as a group of brave souls dared to protest. Their voices rose like a melody, a battle hymn against the suffocating despair. But the response was swift, batons swinging, cries of anguish mingling with the thunder overhead. I felt each blow in my bones, each scream reverberating through my soul. To resist was to invite disaster, yet how could we remain silent? And then one fateful night, it happened. The Vichy regime crept in like a thief in the night, offering empty promises and false hopes. They spoke of collaboration, of a new order, but their eyes betrayed them, cold, calculating, devoid of humanity. I remember the fear that mingled with my anger as we learned of their deceit. I could feel the walls closing in, the noose of betrayal tightening around our throats. Claire and I confronted each other under the pale light of a flickering bulb, tears mingling with fury. "We can't lose hope," she whispered, but deep down, I felt that flicker dimming, the flame of resistance flickering dangerously low. Every street felt like a battlefield, every alley was a reminder of our fragility. I still see those faces, the ones filled with despair, resilience, and defiance. I remember the haunting beauty of the city as it stood on the brink of collapse, a bittersweet reminder of what we were fighting for. The laughter of children, now stifled, the colors of life, now muted. We were ghosts wandering through our own lives, haunted by the specters of our choices. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like specters, we gathered in secret, an assembly of broken hearts and shattered dreams. The air crackled with tension, the weight of our shared loss palpable. I remember clutching Claire's hand, feeling the warmth of her spirit, even as despair threatened to engulf us. But even in the darkness, a spark ignited. We may have lost Michel, but we had not lost our spirit. The whispers of the past urged us on, guiding us through the shadows. The clock ticked on, reminding us that time was slipping away, but we were still here, still fighting, still dreaming of a day when the city would reclaim its heartbeat. And so, we waited, hearts heavy yet unyielding, caught in the web of fear and hope. The battle for our souls had only just begun, and even amidst the despair, we clung to the flicker of light that refused to be extinguished. In those moments, we became not just survivors but warriors, ready to face the storm head-on, determined to emerge from the shadows into the dawn. Soon, the world would change again, and we would stand at the crossroads of destiny, the weight of history pressing down upon us. The fall of France was just the beginning, a chapter waiting to unfold. The story was far from over. The clock ticks, a harsh whisper in the dank air, each sound echoing off the cold stone walls of the underground bunker. Thud, 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 the heartbeat of the resistance. Shadows flicker, dancing against the walls, playing tricks on the mind. Outside, the city is wrapped in a suffocating silence, but here, in this cramped space, the tension is electric, thick enough to drown in. I remember the first time I felt the weight of fear settle in my bones. It was a night like this, dark, stifling, the kind of night that smells of smoke and desperation. We huddled together, hearts pounding, wrapped in blankets made from the remnants of old lives, each thread a reminder of what we had lost. I could see Lena's eyes, wide and glistening, reflecting the dim light of our single candle. She was always the brave one. "What if they come?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "We fight," I replied, but inside, I was quaking. I remember the taste of bile rising in my throat, the choking fear of what lay outside those heavy steel doors. Lena was my anchor in this storm, though she was fighting her own demons. She had seen her brother taken, dragged from their home, screaming, into the night. The memory etched in her face, a haunting ghost. Across from us sat Amir, fingers tapping nervously against his knee, a nervous rhythm that matched the rapid beating in my chest. He was a thinker, a strategist, but tonight, his bravado was slipping like sand through his fingers. "We can't just sit here," he said, each word a plea, a challenge. "What if they're planning something? What if we're already too late?" His eyes darted to the door, and I could feel his anxiety clawing at the edges of my calm. "I remember the way the moon looked that night," I said softly, trying to ground us. "It was so full, so bright, like it was watching over us." But the memory was bittersweet. The moon had been our only witness to the chaos. Outside those walls, the streets were alive with a different kind of light, a cruel mockery of our hopes. And then it happened. The door slammed open, the sound shattering the fragile air like glass. We froze. The figures that entered were cloaked in darkness, faces obscured, the familiar stench of fear clinging to them like a second skin. I could feel my heart seize, a vice tightening around my chest. "Sure," one of them hissed, raising a finger to their lips. It was Zara, our contact from the outer circle, always a whirlwind of chaos, her laughter manic and wild. "They're coming, we need to move." Her words spilled out in a rush, a jigsaw puzzle of urgency. I could see it in her eyes, that same wild fear mixed with resolve. She was the embodiment of rebellion, the flickering flame in our darkness. "Where?" Amir asked, his voice a whisper, breathless. "East, through the tunnels. The old subway." "They won't expect us there," she breathed, glancing over her shoulder as if the shadows were creeping closer. Uncertainty hung heavy in the air, thickening the tension. I remember the first time I saw these tunnels, their yawning mouths swallowing the light. They were ancient, forgotten relics of a city that once thrived, now filled with echoes of history and ghosts of the past. They were a maze, twists and turns leading to nowhere, each corner a potential trap. But there was no choice, we had to move. "Go!" I shouted, though it felt like a plea. My heart raced as we stumbled into the darkness, the cold wind swallowing us whole. I could still hear Lena's breath, sharp and quick, reminding me that she was still here, still fighting. We descended into the depths, the sound of our footsteps muffled by the dust of forgotten years. Each step was a heartbeat, a reminder of our fragility. I glanced at Amir, who was grappling with his own fear, but his determination shone through the cracks of uncertainty. We were a trio woven together by loss, fear, and a shared desire for freedom. Then the world erupted. The ground shook beneath us, the echoes of gunfire firing up the tunnel walls. "Run!" Zara screamed, her voice cutting through the chaos. The walls trembled, dust raining down like confetti from a funeral, reminding us that life was not a celebration, it was a battle. We rushed forward, breathless, the adrenaline coursing through our veins. I could feel the heat of fear against my skin, a fire igniting every nerve. "This way!" Amir shouted, pulling us to the right. The air felt thick with smoke and despair, each breath a struggle against the rising tide of darkness. I remember Lena's hand slipping from mine, and for a fleeting moment, time slowed. I turned, her eyes wide with shock, the shadows swallowing her whole. But I couldn't stop, I was being pulled forward, an unwilling soldier in this war. But the guilt clawed at me, a relentless spectre that whispered her name in the depths of my mind. As we maneuvered through the maze, every turn felt like a choice, every choice a gamble with fate. The echoes of our past haunted us, memories flickering like the dying glow of our candle back in that bunker. I remembered the laughter, the dreams we had woven together, none of it mattered now. All that existed was the fight for survival. We turned another corner, the light dimming further. I could hear the distant cries of the city, the screams of those left behind. But we were still alive. I could feel the hope flickering like a candle in the wind, and I clung to it fiercely. We were not just shadows, not just echoes in the dark. We were the resistance, and no matter how deep the darkness, we would rise. The air crackled with potential, and in that moment, I knew this fight was just the beginning. But what awaited us at the end of this tunnel? I didn't know. All I could do was push forward, knowing that the next heartbeat could be our last, but also our most powerful. The revolution waited, and I could feel its pulse thrumming through the darkness, drawing us closer to a confrontation that could change everything. A distant rumble, the kind that rattles bones and reverberates through the very marrow of existence, echoes through the streets of Paris. The city holds its breath, a collective gasp suspended in the humid air. Shadows linger under the archways, and ghosts of the past weave through cobblestone slick with the sweat of a summer that clings on, desperate, as if it knows the storm is coming. I feel it, a tremor of anxiety coursing through me, drawing me toward a reckoning. I remember Charles, his figure looming larger than life, an enigmatic silhouette against the backdrop of a nation in chaos. He stands on the precipice of history, a giant with bated breath, his eyes filled with the weight of untold dreams and unyielding despair. I can almost see the lines etched into his brow, a roadmap of battle scars and silent sacrifices. He is a man wrestling with ghosts, with legacies both brilliant and tarnished. "Are you ready?" a voice whispers, crackling with urgency. It's Juliet, her spirit fierce, yet trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. Her eyes dart to the shadows, searching for refuge, for clarity. She is a rebel at heart, her resolve as intoxicating as the scent of gunpowder that hangs heavy in the air. But beneath the bravado lies a churning tempest of doubt, a fear that gnaws at her very core. "We can't go back," she insists, her voice rising, the passion igniting like a match struck against the dark canvas of uncertainty. I see it in her stance, the way she holds her weapon, clenched tight, a prisoner to the past. Juliet is fighting for more than a nation, she is battling her own demons, the burdens of betrayal and sacrifice that haunt her every decision. She lost someone dear to her in this fight, a brother perhaps, and the weight of that loss is a chain wrapped around her heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. I remember the long, drawn-out night spent whispering hopes into the void, our words hanging like smoke in the chill of the Parisian air. "What if we fail?" I had asked, and she had laughed, a sound that echoed with defiance, masking the fear lurking beneath. "Failure won't be our story," she had said, but now, as she stands on the brink of confrontation, that laughter feels like a distant memory, a ghost in the fog. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of the fragility of time. I glance at Henri, his face pale, but eyes fierce and unyielding. He is the anchor in the storm, a man forged in the crucible of loss but shimmering with unbroken hope. "We will fight," he states, voice steady as he steadies the trembling barrel of his rifle. Henri had lost his dream of a peaceful life in the countryside, shattered by the relentless advance of the enemy. He is a man of love caught in a web of violence, and I see the scars etched in his soul, memories that twist like barbed wire around his heart. The air shifts, tension thickening like smoke. We can almost hear the distant echoes of the past, the cries of those who dared to stand against tyranny, their spirits woven into the fabric of this very city. The ghosts murmur, warning us, guiding us. I can feel it in my bones, the weight of a history that refuses to be silenced. Tonight, Juliet breathes, determination dawning in her eyes. We reclaim what is ours. There's a fire behind her gaze, a wildness that makes the hairs on my neck stand on end. I want to believe her. I want to reach out and grasp that fire, to hold it close to my heart, but doubt lingers like a specter in the corner of my mind. And then, in the heart of the city, the first shots ring out, sharp, electric, and alive. The sound shatters the stillness, sending a shockwave through my body, igniting a primal fear that curls in my stomach. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, the blood-soaked pages of history. The tales of revolution that dance like wildfire in the night. I watch as Juliet charges forward, a whirlwind of fury and grief, her voice slicing through the chaos. For freedom, she screams, and in that moment, I see all that she's lost reflected in her fierce determination. The moments before the storm, the haunting lull of silence shattered by the cacophony of battle. Each heartbeat feels like a countdown to an inevitable climax. Henri and I follow, the three of us weaving through the shadows, our footsteps a rhythm against the backdrop of a city on the brink. The buildings loom like ancient sentinels, witnesses to our plight, their stone faces etched with stories of resilience and despair. I remember the warmth of sunlight filtering through the leaves, the laughter of children playing in the streets, moments of peace now drowned in the ink of violence. We can taste the fear on our lips, a metallic tang mingling with the scent of gunpowder and smoke. Each step feels heavy with the weight of history, of choices made and paths chosen. The city is alive, breathing in tandem with our hopes and fears. And then it happens. A figure emerges from the shadows, tall, imposing, a spectre of authority. It's a soldier, uniform crisp, bearing the mark of those who seek to extinguish the fire that burns within us. The world narrows, the air thickens. Time stretches, a taut string pulled to its limits, the silence pregnant with anticipation. "Stop," he bellows, and the word hangs in the air, a challenge, a threat. Juliet's hands tremble, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. I feel it, the chasm of uncertainty yawning wide beneath us. "What do we do?" I whisper, the fear creeping into my voice, clutching at my throat. "Fight," Henri breathes, and in that word, I find a flicker of hope. The echoes of our past collide with the heartbeat of our present, time collapsing into itself, and the shadows of our dreams loom large and unyielding. "Fight," Juliet echoes, voice trembling with a fierce resolve that ignites the very air around us. The tension shatters, and in that instant, we know, we are more than just bodies in the night. we are the pulse of a revolution, the living embodiment of a dream that refuses to die. And as we surge forward, propelled by a force greater than ourselves, I remember every sacrifice, every loss, and every heartbeat that has led us to this moment. The city of Paris holds its breath, waiting, watching, as we step into the storm, a storm that will either break us or set us free. The sun hung low over Algiers, casting long shadows that danced with uncertainty. A single gunshot shattered the air, echoing against the crumbling facades, a cruel reminder of a past that refused to fade. I stood there, heart pounding, as the city trembled beneath the weight of history. The streets, once vibrant with laughter and the sense of spice, now pulsed with the sharp tang of fear and defiance. I remember the day we whispered our dreams of freedom, how exhilarating it felt, how intoxicating. Youssef stood beside me, eyes alight with a fire that belied his thin frame. "They can't keep us bound forever," he'd said, his voice a clenched fist in the air. But that was before the gunshots, before the screams echoed through our hearts like a haunting refrain. A flicker of movement caught my eye, our Fatima, cloaked in the colors of our flag, darting through the alleyways. She had always been the brave one, the one who dared to imagine a tomorrow where we weren't just shadows of the empire. "Stay close," she called, urgency threading through her voice. "They're coming." I felt the electric charge of fear ripple through me, a whisper of something dark and terrible looming just out of sight. The walls of the city closed in, pressing against my chest as we ran, heartbeat sinking to a frantic rhythm. The echoes of gunfire were no longer just sounds, they became part of the very air we breathed, heavy with the weight of our choices and our hopes. I could feel Youssef's hand gripping mine, a lifeline in the chaos. But what if hope was just another chain, binding us to a future that would never come? Fatima skidded to a halt in the shadows of a crumbling building. "We can't keep running," she gasped, her breath a fog of determination mixed with desperation. "We need to stand, to fight." I looked into her eyes, dark pools reflecting the night's fears and fierce dreams, and suddenly the world narrowed to just the three of us caught in this moment, suspended in time. "Fight? For what?" I challenged, the words spilling from me like spilled ink. "What if we lose everything?" My voice tremored, betraying the cracks in my resolve. The memories of my family, of their sacrifices, clawed at my mind. My mother's soft lullabies turned into the echoes of loss, the bittersweet taste of longing like ashes in my mouth. But Youssef stepped forward, the fire in his eyes igniting something within me. "What if we win?" he countered, voice steady, unwavering like the ground beneath our feet. "What if we tear down these walls, not just for ourselves, but for those who come after us?" His words hit me like a wave, crashing over the fear, drowning it in a tide of possibility. The shadows trembled, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who had fought before us, the ghosts of 1,000 dreams, each one a heartbeat, resonating through the night. The city pulsed around us, a living entity, alive with desire for change, for liberation. It was terrifying and thrilling all at once, a dance with destiny. But the sirens wailed in the distance, a mournful, haunting melody that cut through the bravado. Reality crashed over us, a reminder of the stakes. They would come for us, those who clung to power like a drowning man to a straw. "We can't stay," I murmured, fear clawing at my throat. "They'll kill us." Fatima's face hardened, the fierce lines of her resolve etched against the backdrop of the night. "Then let them come. We are not afraid." Her insistence pierced through the fog of uncertainty, igniting a spark inside me that I thought had long been extinguished. I remembered our ancestors, their spirits rising from the ground like smoke, fueling the fire of rebellion. The air crackled with tension, the very fabric of our lives woven with threads of anger and hope. I could feel the weight of history upon us, the pulsing urgency of a moment suspended between despair and possibility. We were not just three lost souls, we were a chorus of voices demanding to be heard, a storm brewing on the horizon. As the first figures emerged from the shadows, I felt my heart race, a wild drumbeat in my chest. There was fear, yes, a visceral, primal fear, but also something else, something fierce and unyielding. It was the thrill of confrontation, the palpable energy of a people ready to rise. I felt the weight of Youssef's hand in mine, the warmth of Fatima's fierce determination. Together, I breathed, a vow made on the precipice of chaos. The night stretched before us, endless and dark, but I could see the flicker of dawn in the distance, a promise waiting to be born. In that moment, we were not just fighting for ourselves but for an entire legacy, a future that echoed with the laughter of children born free. The ground shook beneath us as we stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. My heart raced, a tumultuous symphony of fear and exhilaration. The shadows loomed larger, but we stood firm, an unyielding wall against the tide of oppression. I thought of the dreams we had whispered in the quiet corners of our hearts, dreams that now surged forth like a tidal wave, unstoppable and fierce. There was no turning back. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness, we charged into the fray, not just as individuals but as a collective force of history, rage, and hope. I remembered the words we had shared, the dreams we had forged in the crucible of struggle, and in that moment, it felt as if everything was possible. The horizon beckoned, a flicker of gold against the grey dawn. The echoes of our ancestors surged through us, propelling us forward into the unknown. We were alive, hearts pounding, souls entwined in this fight for liberation, for a tomorrow that shimmered just beyond our grasp. In the chaos, amidst the clamour of gunfire and cries for freedom, we found our voices, and the dawn broke over Algiers, a promise and a challenge entwined in the air, a new beginning waiting to unfold. The clock ticks, a cruel metronome in the heart of Paris, where cobblestones glisten with the remnants of a rainstorm, reflecting the silver glow of streetlights. Marie stands at the window of her cramped apartment, the weight of a nation pressing against her chest. She clutches a letter, trembling fingers brushing against the crisp paper, her heart racing like a train barreling down an uncharted track. The words "constitutional changes" dance before her eyes, an ominous chant that sends shivers down her spine. Each syllable is a reminder of the fragile hold her country has on democracy, a reminder that she, like the very fabric of the Fifth Republic, hangs by a thread. In the shadows, beneath the weight of history's gaze, Pierre paces the room, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. His breath hitches as he meets Marie's eyes, an unspoken language of anguish passes between them. They are two souls caught in a tempest of political turmoil, their futures entwined like the branches of the ancient trees outside. The air crackles with tension, the walls themselves seem to ripple with the ghosts of revolutions past. "I can't believe they're doing this," Marie whispers, her voice a fragile whisper that carries the weight of despair. "They want to strip us of our rights, our voice, our very essence." "The people won't stand for it," Pierre replies, but his confidence wavers, uncertainties gnawing at his resolve. He remembers the protests that once filled the streets with fervor, the chants echoing against the stone buildings like a heartbeat. But now, that rhythm feels like a distant memory, replaced by a painful silence. They'll rise. They always do. But doubt gnaws at him like a ravenous beast, and in that moment, he feels as if he's standing on the precipice of an abyss, the darkness below promising both fear and freedom. Marie turns away from the window, her fingers trembling as she folds the letter with unsteady hands. What if they don't? What if this is it? The end of everything we fought for? Her voice cracks, vulnerability spilling forth like a broken dam. She is strong, but tonight, the weight of the world feels heavier than ever. Time feels warped, a vast ocean where seconds stretch into eternity. She recalls a night when hope sparkled in her veins, when laughter danced through the air, when the dreams of a better tomorrow seemed tangible. Now, those dreams flicker like candle flames in a storm, tenuous, fragile against the dark tide of reality. Outside, the city breathes, its heartbeat pulsing with the anguish of its people. The shadows of history loom large, whispering of tyranny and rebellion, of the delicate balance between authority and freedom. Pierre and Marie stand on this precipice, their lives interwoven with the fate of the Republic. What happens if the light fades, if the shadows seep in, if silence becomes the new anthem? Suddenly, the door bursts open, a gust of cold wind swirling into the room. Julien, their fiery friend, storms in, eyes wide with urgency, his breath coming in frantic bursts. "They're marching! It's happening! We need to go, now!" The urgency in his voice ignites a spark within Marie, fear morphs into action, adrenaline flooding her veins. But there's a flicker of resistance in Pierre's eyes, a hesitance that anchors them in place. It's dangerous, Julian. You know that. We could get arrested. We could, or we could stand by and let them take everything. Julian's voice rises, fierce and unyielding.
Are we going to let fear chain us down?
This is our chance. The time is now. Marie feels the fire within her rise, igniting her courage. She knows that this moment, a single heartbeat, could ripple through the fabric of their lives. We can't let them silence us, Pierre. Not now. Not ever. The decision hangs in the air like a fragile crystal chandelier, shimmering with possibility. Time stretches, suspended in the chaos of their swirling thoughts. She remembers the faces of those who came before them, the brave souls who faced guillotines and gunfire for the very rights she now holds so dear. The ghosts of history beckon, their silent cries echoing in her heart. I remember the stories of the fearless. The three of them rush through the streets of Paris, shadows darting between the flickering lights, the heartbeat of the city thrumming beneath their feet. The distant sound of chants rises, a swelling tide of voices that pierces the night like an arrow. Each shout, each cry, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a people unwilling to be shackled by fear. As they draw closer, tension crackles in the air like static electricity, whispering promises of confrontation and heartache. Marie's pulse quickens, every beat a reminder of the stakes at play. She can feel the weight of history pressing down on her, the responsibility of countless souls resting on their shoulders. Julian grabs her hand, his grip warm and fierce. Are you ready? He asks, and in that moment, she knows that this is more than just a protest, it is a reckoning, a clash of ideals that will reverberate through the annals of time. The crowd swells like a living organism, pulsating with rage and hope, a fabric woven from the dreams of the desperate and the determined. Pierre's eyes blaze with fierce resolve, and Marie can taste the salt of her own tears as she joins the call, her voice rising in unison with the masses. Libet! Egalite! Fraternite! But as they step into the fray, the shadows of uncertainty loom larger, a reminder that every victory carries the weight of sacrifice. The past and present collide in a cacophony of emotions, a symphony of fear, courage, and hope, propelling them forward into destiny. In the heart of chaos, Marie feels alive, each heartbeat reverberates with the pulses of a nation awakening, a transformative moment that will forge the path of the Fifth Republic. And as they march, the clock ticks on, the future unfolding, a tapestry of struggle and triumph etched across the canvas of time. The clock strikes midnight in a Parisian cafe, the kind where dreams spill like wine and hearts break like thin glass. Shadows dance on the walls, twisting and turning, whispering secrets that cling to the air like smoke. The city is alive, yet eerily still, a heartbeat beneath the surface. Among the flickering candles and abandoned chairs, Claire sits alone, a flickering spirit in a world that feels too heavy to bear. She clutches her phone, the screen illuminating her face with a ghostly glow. France is at a crossroads, and each notification feels like a siren's wail. The European Union is a storm brewing on the horizon, a tempest of uncertainty and fear. Negotiations are failing, and the weight of history bears down on her shoulders like a leaden shroud. Claire remembers her grandmother's stories, the whispers of resistance during the war, the sacrifice for freedom. Are we losing it all again? She thinks. The question hangs in the air, thick with despair. Across town, in a dimly lit office, Julian paces like a caged lion. He is a diplomat, a master of words, yet tonight, his carefully constructed sentences elude him. France's contributions to the EU are monumental, yet the growing division slice through his ambition. Each statistic feels like a dagger, each meeting a reminder of the fractures appearing in the heart of Europe. What are we fighting for? He wonders, the question gnawing at him like a relentless beast. His mind wanders, visions of a united continent, families crossing borders without fear, the laughter of children echoing in the towns that were once filled with the echoes of war. But then the images darken. He recalls the protests, the streets filled with anger, voices rising like a flood. How do I bridge this chasm? He grips the edge of his desk, knuckles white. The clock ticks louder in the silence, an ominous reminder of the ticking time bomb that is the EU stability. The cafe's door creaks open, and in walks Marco, a journalist whose pen dances with the flames of truth. He's been chasing stories through the cobbled streets, capturing the pulse of a nation. The EU is a carousel, and we're about to fall off, he says, his voice low but fierce. He slides into the seat across from Claire, eyes bright with urgency. Do you feel it? The fear? The desperation? Claire nods, her heart pounding. Every day, it feels like we're teetering on the edge. She pours her heart out, words spilling like the wine that stains their glasses. The ghosts of history hover, shadows whispering warnings. We can't afford to falter, she murmurs. But how do we keep it alive when it feels like we're sinking? Marco listens, his mind racing. He thinks of the stories he's seen, refugees fleeing, borders tightening, voices silenced. We need to remind them, he says, fueled by conviction. Remind them of what we fought for. The hope that our ancestors built. He leans closer, intensity crackling between them. But how do we do that when the narrative is turning violent? Outside, the streets pulse with life, but within this cafe, the air is thick, heavy with despair and the stench of uncertainty. Claire shivers, remembering the dreams of unity that once felt so tangible. What if it's too late? The words tumble out, raw and unfiltered, and she feels the weight of the world settle on her chest. Julian throws himself into the fray, determined to find a solution. His colleagues are divided, and in each conversation, he hears the echoes of past failures. France, we must be the lighthouse, he tells them, though his heart quakes with doubt. We cannot let the waves drown us. Yet, each argument feels like a step further into shadows. What if the very light we're trying to protect burns out? The three of them, each a fragment of a greater whole, navigate through the chaos, seeking equilibrium in a world that spins wildly off its axis. Claire wants to believe in a future where love conquers hate, where borders are nothing but lines in the sand. Marco scribbles notes, his heart pounding with the urgency of the moment. Each word could ignite a spark, yet what if it only fans the flames of division? In their shared silence, they feel it, the looming dread that France's identity is slipping through their fingers, like sand in an hourglass. We can't let history repeat itself, Claire whispers, her voice trembling. Not again. Julian's eyes darken with the weight of responsibility. But how do we change the narrative? He presses, desperation creeping in. The question hangs, a noose tightening around their ambitions. We need a vision, something they can believe in, Marco insists, determination burning in his chest. Hope is a fragile thing, but it's also a powerful weapon. As the tension rises, the cafe feels smaller, the shadows creeping closer, as if eavesdropping on their struggle. The world outside continues to spin, oblivious to their plight. We can't let fear win, Claire murmurs. We can't allow the ghosts of the past to dictate our future. The clock ticks on, relentless and unforgiving. Each second is a reminder that time waits for no one. The weight of history presses down, but somewhere in their hearts, a flicker of hope ignites, a fragile flame against the darkness. They can feel it, the pulse of France, the heartbeat of Europe. And in that moment, they realize this is bigger than them. This is a tapestry woven from countless lives, struggles, and dreams. It's a chance to reshape the future, to remind a continent that love can conquer fear. So, they sit in that dim cafe, surrounded by shadows, and hold on to the hope that binds them. Let's write a new story together, Marco says, and the words feel like a promise, a whisper in the night. The three of them lean into the challenge, ready to embrace the storm. The struggle continues, the shadows linger, and the clock ticks on, because the fight for France and the European Union is far from over. The streetlights flickered, casting an eerie yellow glow over the cobblestones, a pulse of life in a city holding its breath. Shadows danced, their shapes twisting like the fragile dreams of those who dared to stand against the tide. Paris, May 1968, the air thick with rebellion, a tension so palpable that you could taste it, metallic and sweet. A roar of voices surged through the night, a wave of youthful defiance crashing against the walls of an old world that had long forgotten the meaning of freedom. It was all happening at once, the laughter, the tears, the screams of anger, and the whispers of hope. I remember the moment vividly. Clara stood at the forefront, her chestnut hair wild, eyes ablaze with a fire that could ignite a revolution. She was not just a student, she was the embodiment of 1,000 restless souls, each with their own scars and aspirations. "We are the future," she shouted, her voice a clarion call, vibrating in the marrow of those who gathered. But beneath that fierce gaze lay a tremor of doubt, a flicker of fear that gripped her heart like a vice. Could they really change the world? Could they tear down the monuments of apathy that loomed over them, casting long shadows of despair? Beside her stood Mark, a poet with ink-stained fingers and a heart that bled for every injustice. He had scribbled his dreams on crumpled pages, words that fell like rain from a cloud too heavy to hold. But now, as the crowd swelled, he felt his own voice stifled, drowned in the cacophony of collective fury. "Clara," he called out, desperation lacing his words. "What if we fail? What if this is just noise?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered, like the distant rumble of thunder promising a storm. I remember the taste of fear mingling with courage, the way it ignited something deep within me. Every chant, every graffiti-splattered wall screamed of change, of a youth awakening from the slumber of conformity. Libet! Egalite! Fraternite! The mantra echoed, a heartbeat pulsing through the veins of the city, each syllable infused with a reverent urgency. Yet, amid the chaos, I saw the ghosts of doubt haunt Clara's eyes, the shadows shifting beneath her fierce exterior. How could one fragile girl, no matter how fiery, hope to challenge an empire built on tradition and silence? The night wore on, the moon bearing witness to the relentless surge of bodies, voices merging into a symphony of discontent. I could feel the electricity crackling in the air, the thrill of something monumental hanging just out of reach. And then it happened, a shout, a command, a heavy crash as the police arrived, shields glinting under the streetlights, their faces cold and unyielding. My heart raced. The crowd surged forward, a tidal wave of rebellion crashing against the barriers of authority. Clara stood firm, but in that moment so many conflicting emotions flickered through her features: desire, fear, determination. "This is our time," she screamed, but could she even hear the echo of her own words? Mark, too, felt the swell of adrenaline, the intoxicating blend of fear and exhilaration. He was torn between the urge to write, to weave words that could encapsulate the storm around him, and the urge to join the fray, to stand with Clara and become part of something far greater than himself. "Clara," he yelled, desperation tinging his voice. "We have to stand together." As the first tear gas canister soared into the fray, a plume of acrid smoke erupted, cascading over the crowd like a shroud. The world blurred into chaos, screams, the sound of bodies colliding, a dissonant symphony of anguish and determination. Clara coughed, the air thickening around her, constricting like a noose. But still, she pressed forward, her spirit unyielding. The sight of her unbowed, even in the face of suffocating despair, ignited a fire in Mark's chest that he didn't know he possessed. "I remember," he whispered, his voice nearly drowned out by the chaos, "the dreams of a world beyond this." The word slipped from his lips like a prayer, a fragile hope tethered to the tumult surrounding them. Yet even as they pushed against the tide, the clock ticked ominously toward dawn. Each heartbeat echoed the inevitability of what was to come. The shadows of the night whispered promises and threats in a language only the brave could understand. And in those moments of pure chaos, as they faced the violence of an establishment that feared them, Clara's hands found Mark's, fingers intertwined in a desperate grasp, a lifeline in the storm. But what if the dawn brought with it only the weight of disillusionment? What if their dreams were nothing but ghosts, fading with the light? The question burned between them, but in that brief touch, the fear melted away, and all that remained was the electric pulse of possibility. They stumbled together through the chaos, a whirlwind of emotion pulling them along, each fleeting moment layered with 1,000 unspoken words. This was more than a protest, it was a cultural revolution, a fight not just for today but for tomorrow, for every child caught in the net of a world too afraid to change. And as the sun began to rise, casting a soft light over the city, they found themselves standing on the brink of something profound, a moment frozen in time. The dawn was creeping in, but the shadows loomed, and the world outside still held its breath, waiting for the scream of freedom to break through the silence. In that breathless pause, Clara turned to Mark, her expression fierce yet vulnerable, and for a heartbeat, they both understood that this was just the beginning. The future was unwritten, and as the world spun on its axis, they were alive with the pulse of revolution, with dreams that felt both impossibly distant and achingly close. And as the first rays of sunlight kissed the cobblestones, the weight of uncertainty settled over them, not an end, but a prelude to the storm that was yet to come. The clock struck 11, its hands shuddering as if they bore the weight of the world, reverberating through the darkened halls of the Elysee Palace. The air was thick with tension, the fragrance of fresh paint still lingering from the recent renovations, a facade of renewal that belied the chaos within. François Mitterrand stood before the vast window, hands clasped behind his back, the shadows of uncertainty creeping up the walls around him like a slow tide. He was a man of grand ideals, but tonight, in the silence that engulfed him, he felt the spectre of doubt loom larger than life. Outside, Paris was alive, pulsating with the cries of the people, the laughter of children mingling with the whispers of the discontented. The streets held secrets, stories of hopes dashed against the concrete and dreams entwined in the smoke of burning barricades. Beneath the glimmer of the streetlights, a young woman named Claire marched, her heart pounding like a drum, echoing the chants of her comrades. She was a passionate believer in the socialist promise, yet with every step, she felt the fissures in her faith deepen. What had begun as a movement of liberation now felt like a cage, the bars forged by the very ideals they once cherished. "I remember the first time I believed," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the din. The vision of a France where everyone could breathe free, where the weight of hunger would vanish like mist at dawn. Her eyes flickered with the fires of memory, igniting the spark of rebellion that coursed through her veins. Yet now, the promise of prosperity dangled like a cruel joke, a carrot always out of reach. Another march, another promise, how many had they lost along the way? And then there was Jacques, the man caught in the web of his own making. He stood in his cramped apartment, staring at the walls splattered with peeling wallpaper, remnants of a vibrant past fading into a dull grey. He had once believed in Mitterrand's vision, the idea of a nation united under the banner of equality. But every day, as he watched his friends struggle to keep their dreams alive in a sea of austerity, the spark of hope flickered. "I remember," he whispered, voice thick with sorrow, "when I thought we could change the world." The echoes of his own cynicism fed the darkness in the corners of his mind. A father struggling to provide, a husband fearing the unrelenting tide of bills and responsibilities. Jack was not a revolutionary, he was a survivor, a man wrestling with the ghosts of his aspirations. What if haunted him like a spectre? What if the promises were just a mirage? What if he had turned a blind eye to the cracks forming beneath his feet? Their paths were fated to intertwine that night, a collision of dreams and disillusionment. The night air crackled with a strange electricity, the moon shrouded behind clouds that drifted like lost souls. Claire spotted Jack at the gathering, his presence like an anchor in a sea of turmoil. She rushed toward him, her heart racing, as if she were running toward a dream that was slipping through her fingers. "Zach!" Her voice was a spark igniting the darkness. But the light in Jack's eyes was dim, shadowed by the weight of the world. "Claire," he replied, his voice a haunting whisper, "do you ever feel it? The despair creeping in, gnawing at the edges of our hope." "I do," she confessed, a raw honesty spilling from her heart. "But we can't let it consume us. We have to fight. We owe it to those who came before us." Her voice was a battle cry, an invocation of the spirits of the past, but doubt gnawed at her resolve. As the night deepened, the crowd surged, a restless ocean of bodies fueled by anger and desire. The chants rose, a feverish mantra, beating against the walls of power. Libert! Egalite! Fraternite! Each word built upon the last, yet the harmony was marred by an undercurrent of despair. Faces lit by the flickering light of torches revealed the truth. Their struggle was also a struggle for meaning, for a sense of belonging in a world that often felt indifferent. Mitterrand watched from the shadows of the palace, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him like the heavy cloak of night. He felt the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of his people resonating through his very bones. A promise made, a socialist vision woven into the fabric of France. But as the cries broke against the stone walls of the establishment, he felt the tremors of a fracture deep within. Was it too late to mend it? The pressure was suffocating, and he could almost taste the bitterness of regret on his tongue. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, an electric charge ignited the air. Claire stepped forward, her heart laid bare, a testament to the struggle, her voice rising above the cacophony. "We will not be silenced. We will not be forgotten." The crowd roared, a primal cry that resonated through the cobbled streets, sending shivers racing down Jack's spine. This was more than protest, it was a resurrection of their dreams, a reclamation of their narrative. But in that moment of fierce unity, Jack felt a pang of fear. The line between hope and despair was razor-thin, and he was teetering on the brink. "What if this is just another illusion?" he whispered to Claire, the darkness creeping back into his voice. "What if we are just shadows dancing in the night?" "I remember," she pleaded, gripping his hand tightly, the warmth grounding him. "The fire in our hearts is real. We must believe." Yet, her own resolve wavered, the weight of uncertainty clinging to her like a shroud. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that time was slipping through their fingers. Mitterrand, the architect of hopes and dreams, stood at the precipice of a decision, one that could either uplift a nation or plunge it into the abyss. The cries of his people echoed in his ears, an urgent summons from the depths of a fractured society. And as the night unfolded, the shadows deepened, and the ghosts of the past whispered secrets of the future. In that moment, time felt infinite, the cosmos swirling with the weight of their struggles and triumphs. The revolution was alive, pulsing like a heartbeat, and they were all entwined in its rhythm, drawn closer to an uncertain fate. The city held its breath, caught in the delicate balance between hope and despair, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next cry, the next moment that could change everything. The stage was set, and the players were ready. What came next would echo through time, a testament to the spirit of those who dared to dream. The rain fell like tears from a grieving sky, drenching the pavement beneath my feet. I stood on the edge of the crowd, heart pounding, the weight of 1,000 voices clamoring around me. They surged forward, drawn by a madness I couldn't fully comprehend. A sea of faces, some twisted with anger, others flickering with a hunger for something, anything, that felt like hope. I could smell the sweat, the desperation, the electric tension in the air. It gripped my throat like a vice. I remember the moment I saw her, a flash of red hair, a fierce determination blazing in her green eyes. Clara! She was a firebrand, leading the charge, the embodiment of a fight that echoed through history. She raised her voice above the cacophony, a battle cry that stirred something deep within me. I could feel her passion wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each word, each promise of reclaiming a lost identity. But beneath that fiery spirit lay a chasm of doubt, a haunting vulnerability that she tried to mask with bravado. Together, she shouted, "We will take our country back." The roar that followed was deafening, an anthem of misplaced belonging, fervor that had twisted into something sinister. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. This was not the hope I had signed up for. Then there was Michael, standing off to the side, his face a canvas painted with uncertainty. He used to be my best friend, a gentle soul with a love for art and the quiet beauty of life. But now he clutched a placard, words scrawled in rage, words that felt foreign in his mouth. "Keep our borders strong." It was as if he was a stranger, speaking a language I couldn't understand. I saw the conflict in his eyes, the battle between what he once believed and what this movement promised, a belonging that felt intoxicating yet terrifying. I remember when we would laugh at the absurdity of it all, I whispered to him, but the words evaporated into the chaos around us. I could see the struggle etched on his brow, a silent plea for understanding. The ghost of our friendship lingered, but the divide grew wider with each chant, each shout. The sun began to set, casting long shadows that danced between us, dark reminders of a past we couldn't escape. I felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of those who came before us, nations torn apart by fear and hatred. It was a cycle, a haunting loop that refused to break. And here we were, standing on the precipice of a new chapter, one that threatened to repeat the mistakes of the past. Are we really doing this? I asked Michael, desperate for a connection, but he looked away, swallowed by the crowd, drowning in their fervor. I felt his abandonment deep in my core, a wound that throbbed with every heartbeat. Clara's voice cut through the air again, and I felt drawn to her, as if a magnetic force pulled me closer. I had to know, was she truly a leader, or merely a vessel for a storm that was rising too quickly? "We are the true face of this nation," she declared, and the crowd erupted with a primal scream. The fervor surged like a tidal wave, and my heart raced in sync with the pulsing mass. But what was that face? The face of nationalism, draped in the flag of identity, yet smeared with the blood of division. I stepped closer, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, a longing for belonging and an overwhelming fear of what that belonging demanded. Clara met my gaze, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the cracks in her armor, the flicker of doubt in her eyes. Were we battling for a country, or simply a mirage of stability in an unstable world? The air grew thick, each breath heavy with anticipation, each heartbeat marked by the drum of a revolution that felt more like a descent into chaos. I caught sight of a man at the edge of the crowd, face obscured by shadows, his eyes locked onto Clara with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Who was he? A harbinger of the darkness that lay just beneath the surface? "Stand with us!" Clara shouted, her voice rising above the din. People surged forward, emboldened, ready to fight for something they barely understood. The atmosphere crackled with tension, a palpable energy that threatened to explode. I could feel it in my bones, the fear of losing everything we once knew, the heart-stopping realization that history was repeating itself, once again. Michael, now caught in the momentum, raised the placard higher, his voice trembling as he chanted along. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, to remind him of who we were before this moment, before the shadows stretched and twisted our identities into something unrecognizable. But the words escaped me. I was trapped in the chaos, a feeling of helplessness wrapping around me like a shroud. And then it happened, a clash, a sudden jolt that sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. A protester fell, chaos erupted, and in that instant, my heart stopped. Clara's fierce determination crumbled as her eyes widened in horror. The man I'd seen in the shadows emerged, his intention clear, his actions igniting a firestorm of panic. "Michael!" I screamed, but it was drowned out by the roar of the crowd, the sound of fury and fear colliding in a cacophony of chaos. I reached for him, but he was swept away, lost in the tide of bodies that pushed and shoved, each person a reflection of their own desperation. I stood frozen, my heart racing, caught in a tumult of emotion, a mix of fear for Michael, heartbreak for Clara, and a deep-seated dread for what our world had become. We were on the brink of something monumental, yet the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. This was the rise of the far right, a tempest fueled by the longing for identity, but at what cost? I didn't know then, but the answer hung heavy in the air, a ghost that would haunt us all as we danced on the edge of oblivion, too lost in our own narratives to see the truth unraveling before our eyes. And still, the crowd surged, and I was left to wonder, would we be consumed by this fire or find a way to rise from the ashes? The answer lingered in the air, heavy and unresolvable, a haunting question that echoed through the night, a specter of possibilities waiting just beyond our grasp. The sirens wail like banshees, slicing through the thick air of a Parisian night. The streets pulse with an electric anxiety, each heartbeat echoing the impending dread. Shadows dance across the cobblestones as Samira grips the railing of her balcony, her knuckles white, a storm brewing not just in the sky, but in the world below. She feels it, the weight of history, the scars of a nation pulsating through her veins. This is not just a crisis, this is the throbbing heart of France, and it's beating louder with each breath she takes. Beneath her, the city breathes in chaos. Protesters flood the Place de la République, their banners a cacophony of colors, red, blue, white, symbols of liberty and sacrifice. But Samira knows these colors have faded. Loneliness wraps around her like a damp cloak. She had once marched with them, fists raised, a dreamer in a land of nightmares. And yet, tonight, she stands apart, torn between loyalty and the gnawing fear that what she once believed is crumbling into dust. "Samira!" A voice, raw and desperate, cuts through her reverie. It's Jeremy, her childhood friend, a soldier haunted by faces of fallen comrades. He bursts through the door, eyes wild, fueled by both adrenaline and despair. "They need us. The men, the mission, it's all gone wrong. We must act." His words hang in the air, heavy as lead. She feels his anguish as if it were her own, a deep, penetrating ache that echoes through her hollow chest. "What have we become?" she whispers, her heart racing with the weight of unspoken truths. "We intervene in the lives of others, yet we're losing ourselves." Jeremy's gaze flickers to the window, to the chaos outside. "This is our duty, Samir. To protect, to intervene, to stand up against the shadows that threaten to swallow us whole." He steps closer, his breath warm against her skin. But at what cost? Each word is a blade, cutting through her resolve. Memories surge, rolling over her like a dark tide, the laughter shared in cafes, the whispers of revolution echoing against the stone walls of history. She remembers, oh, how she remembers, the warmth of their dreams amidst the chill of reality. But now, those dreams feel like ghosts. A chill runs through her, yet the fire in Jeremy's eyes ignites something within her. She sees the man, not just the soldier. A man burdened with the weight of a nation's expectations, the ghost of his own morality haunting his every step. "What if we're just perpetuating the cycle?" she counters, her voice trembling. "We believe we're heroes, but what if we're just another chapter in a story of endless conflict?" Outside, the shouts rise to a fever pitch, resonating with the turmoil within her soul. The world feels like it's unraveling, threads of history intertwined with the fabric of human emotion, a tapestry stained with blood, hope, and regret. She remembers the faces of those who fought, of lives torn apart by war, the faces of the children whose laughter has been silenced by the echoes of gunfire. "Do you trust France?" Jeremy's question hangs heavy in the air. "Do you trust our strength to make a difference?" Samir's heart races as she grapples with the answer. The very notion of trust feels like a fragile glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. "I trust the people," she finally breathes, "but I don't trust the choices made in the name of power." Who are we to dictate the fate of others? Outside, the night seems to throb with the energy of 1,000 souls. The moon hangs high, a silent witness to their turmoil, while the stars blink like distant memories, reminders of battles fought, of lives lost in the churning tides of history. France, with its proud past, stands at a crossroads, and in that moment, so do they. Jeremy's voice cuts through her thoughts, fierce and unwavering. "We can't turn away, Samir. The world is watching. We are more than bystanders, we are the embodiment of change." His conviction is intoxicating, but beneath it lies a trembling fear, a fear of what lies ahead, of the choices they will have to make, choices that could haunt them forever. The tension crackles between them like lightning, illuminating the shadows of their doubts and fears. Samira feels tears prick at the corners of her eyes, a mix of sorrow and rage, a tempest of emotions raging within her. She wants to scream, to shake him until he understands that they are not heroes, that heroism is an illusion painted with the blood of the innocent. As the chaos outside crescendos, she hears the distant rumble of armored vehicles. The military, once a symbol of strength, now feels like a harbinger of doom. "We can't be complicit in this," she pleads, her voice breaking. "We must fight for peace, not war. They need us to help them build, not to destroy." Jeremy's face softens, vulnerability breaking through the armor he wears so tightly. "I know," he whispers, the weight of their shared history crashing down around them. "But if we don't act, we condemn them to a fate worse than death." The air grows thick with unspoken promises, the looming specter of choice hanging between them like a fragile thread. Each moment stretches into eternity, and Samira feels the world tilt dangerously, the balance of power forever shifting. A child's cry pierces through the din, a haunting reminder of innocence lost, of futures forever altered. It echoes in her heart, igniting a firestorm of resolve. She knows, deep down, that they must confront the darkness, but she longs for a path that leads not to destruction but to healing. "Jeremy," she breathes, and her voice trembles with the weight of all they've endured. "Let's be the change we wish to see. Let's inspire, not impose. Let's wield our voices as weapons of compassion, not instruments of war." In this moment, as the night looms larger than life, a silent pact forms between them, a flicker of hope kindling in the shadows. They stand on the threshold of a choice that echoes through the corridors of time, and though they tremble, they are determined to step forward, together. The world outside rages on, but within that storm, they find their own truth, a truth that might just light the way forward in the darkest of nights. The sirens wail still, but they are no longer just sounds of despair, they are intertwined with the promise of change, a battle cry that reverberates with the spirit of humanity. And as they step into the fray, they carry the weight of a nation's dreams, and the hope that someday, the chaos will give way to a harmony that resonates through time itself. The train screeched as it pulled into the station, a metallic wail cutting through the heavy air of the Parisian evening. It's the kind of sound that gnaws at your bones, echoing through the dimly lit platform like a ghost trying to escape its chains. I stood there, clutching my bag, heart pounding, a storm in my chest. Around me, the world pulsed with chaos, a rush of bodies and languages weaving together in a tapestry rich yet frayed at the edges. I caught glimpses of faces, lost and found, each one a story half told, each one a heartbeat in this crowded metropolis. I remember the moment I first saw her, Amina. She was pressed against the glass of the train car, eyes wide like saucers, reflecting the flickering lights of the station. A flare of something raw ignited in me, a recognition of struggle, of hope, of the weight of a past she couldn't shake off. Her hijab was a deep blue, a hue that could swallow the night, and as she stepped onto the platform, the weight of her journey hung around her like an invisible cloak. I could see it in her posture, how she stood just a little too still, how her lips trembled ever so slightly. And then there was Malik, a boy of 17, the city's pulse beating within him, yet feeling every moment like a lead weight. He was new to this life, to this chaos, yet he wore it like armor. He had dreams that soared higher than the iron towers that loomed above us, yet here he was, shackled by the very thing that fueled his ambition. I could see the shadows under his eyes, like dark pools of ink. They whispered of sleepless nights spent in fear, the kind that claws at your insides, turning each minute into an eternity. I remember how they met, two souls colliding in the dim light of the cafe on Rue de la Paix. Amina sat hunched over her coffee, her gaze lost in the froth, while Malik dared to approach, shoving his hands deep into the pockets of his threadbare jeans, the fabric worn thin by struggle. "Hey," he said, cautious but curious, voice low as if afraid to break the fragile silence that enveloped them. She looked up, startled, and for a moment, there was an electric connection, a spark that flickered between them, charged with unspoken words and shared pain. "You're not from here, are you?" Amina's voice was a whisper, yet it sliced through the noise like a knife. "I'm trying to be," he replied, a hint of defiance hiding behind his words. "But this city, it's like a maze with no exit." I felt the tension wrap around me like a thick fog, swirling and confusing, filled with the laughter of children playing outside, the clink of glasses behind the bar, the distant thrum of music bleeding through the walls. Yet through it all, there was this silence, this space where their fears hovered, threatening to spill over. Amina's fingers danced nervously over her cup, tracing patterns that could only exist in the chaos of her mind. "I left everything behind," she confessed, her voice barely rising above the hum of the cafe. "Family, home, my entire world." "What was it like?" Malik leaned in, eyes intense, searching for connection. "It was beautiful." "But beautiful things can burn," she said, fire igniting in her words, the very essence of her soul spilling forth. "I watched my childhood turn to ash, and now I'm just trying to find my place." Each syllable struck like thunder, resonating deep in my heart. It was a powerful moment, a reminder of the fragility of dreams, the way they can shimmer in the light yet dissolve in the dark. I felt Malik's breath hitch in his throat, the unyielding weight of his own story pressing against him, begging to be let out. "I left too," he said, the words tumbling out, raw and unfiltered. "I thought Paris would be different. I thought I could build something here. But it's like I'm invisible." Amina's eyes softened, reflecting the pain of a shared experience. "You're not invisible," she insisted, leaning forward, her voice a soothing balm. "We're all here, struggling, fighting to be seen, to matter. We just have to keep pushing through." Their connection tightened around us, a bond forged in the fires of their hardships, igniting a fierce hope that shimmered against the backdrop of despair. Yet the city breathed around them, indifferent, bustling with its own relentless rhythm. The shadows stretched, creeping closer, reminding them of the ghosts of their pasts, of families left behind, of futures uncertain. Outside, the sky began to deepen into a velvet embrace, stars flickering like distant memories, each one a beacon of possibility floating amidst the chaos. And then came the news, the crackle of static-filled airwaves announcing protests, voices rising in anger, a clash of cultures, of identities, of people refusing to be silenced any longer. The streets were alive, calling out for justice, for recognition, and I felt it reverberate through me, a heartbeat of collective hope and fear intertwining. "Are you going?" Malik asked, the urgency in his voice pulling at her heartstrings. "We can't let them drown us out." But Amina hesitated, the weight of her decision pressing against her chest. What if it's dangerous?" "Dangerous is all we know," he shot back, intensity sparking in his eyes. "We can't just sit here and let them erase us." I could feel the tension coil between them, a fraying rope ready to snap, a test of courage that beckoned them into the storm. Outside, the cries of the crowd swelled like waves crashing against the shore, drowning out the noise of doubt, igniting something fierce within. In that moment, I knew it wasn't just about Amina or Malik, it was about a generation, a people grappling with their place in a world that often felt hostile, yet filled with the promise of change. Their stories intertwined, echoing against the backdrop of a nation grappling with its identity, with its heart hungering for understanding. Time blurred in that cafe, the world outside swirling in chaos, yet for Amina and Malik, a fragile thread of hope glimmered in the darkness. They stood on the precipice of confrontation, with every heartbeat echoing the urgency of their resolve. The fight was no longer just about belonging, it was about survival, about carving space in a landscape rich with diversity yet fraught with tension. As they exchanged glances filled with unspoken promises, the echoes of the crowd surged like a tidal wave of emotion, a symphony of voices rising together, drowning out the silence of fear. The moment was electric, charged with the weight of their histories and the hope of their tomorrows. Amina took a breath, her gaze steady, and Malik nodded, the flicker of determination igniting his spirit. They stepped into the night, into the chaos, where shadows loomed and voices cried out for change, where every heartbeat echoed the fight for something more, and in that shared vulnerability, they found the courage to reclaim their stories. And like that, they became part of something larger than themselves. The city around them pulsed with life, filled with the promise of possibility, yet the shadows remained, a reminder that the journey had only just begun, a ceaseless dance between light and darkness, of hope and despair, forever intertwined in the heart of contemporary France. The ground trembles beneath her feet, a soft yet insistent quaking, as if the earth is whispering secrets long forgotten. The air is thick with a tension that feels almost alive, wrapping around her like a shroud. Seagulls scream overhead, their cries a cacophony that pierces through the stillness, echoing the chaos brewing just beyond the horizon. Marine pollution has begun its slow, ravenous creep into the heart of Nice, and with it, a storm of emotions. I remember the smell of salty breeze mixed with something rancid, something that gnawed at my insides, forcing me to confront a truth I could no longer ignore. Juliet stands on the pebble-strewn beach, fists clenched, the weight of despair clawing at her chest. Her dreams of a vibrant ocean, a thriving ecosystem, swirl in a whirlpool of anxiety. She watches as the waves lap against the shore, each one a reminder of what's slipping away. Her heart races. This is not just about fish and coral, it's about her son, Leo. She feels the weight of his future pressing down on her, a silent scream wrapped in the innocence of childhood. How can she teach him to love the water when she feels it turning against them? "Mom! Look!" Leo's voice breaks through her thoughts, bright and innocent, pointing to a lone jellyfish bobbing in the shallows, its translucent body glowing like a ghost in the dim light. She forces a smile, but inside, a storm brews. The jellyfish, once a rare sight, now appears far too often, an omen of a deeper issue. "Isn't it beautiful?" he asks, eyes wide with wonder. There's a fragility to his joy, a vulnerability that mirrors the world around them. They are both children, her still in age, her own in spirit, grappling with the shadows creeping in. "Beautiful, yes," she replies, each word a dagger twisting in her heart. They both know the truth, that beauty masks decay, that existence is on a knife's edge. The ocean, once her sanctuary, now feels like a battleground. She glances at Leo, his sandy curls catching the fading sunlight, and wonders how to tell him that the world could be more than this. That a future might still pulse beneath the surface, waiting to be reclaimed. Meanwhile, across town, Michel watches the city hum with a life that feels increasingly insincere. He stands in the shadow of the Promenade des Anglais, surrounded by throngs of tourists snapping photos of the azure waters, unaware of the dark cloud looming above them. The sea has become a reflection of human folly, a mirror showing back all the waste they cast upon it. He remembers his childhood spent knee-deep in the same waters, laughing and splashing without a care, and now it feels like a betrayal, a promise broken. He's tangled in his own web of guilt, a man once devoted to environmental activism, now swallowed by relentless disappointment. I remember, he whispers to himself, a mantra of past hopes. I remember when it was easier to believe. But belief has become a fragile thing, as easy to shatter as glass. Michel feels the city pulse around him, vibrant yet suffocating, alive but deceiving. Can he continue to fight a battle that feels so hopeless? The rally to save the coast is just hours away, and every fiber in his being urges him to be there, to raise his voice, but he hesitates. A familiar ghost haunts him, his late father, a passionate advocate for the environment, who once told him that a true warrior doesn't cower in the face of adversity. The memory is both a comfort and a curse. "What would you do, Dad?" Michel murmurs into the cool night air, the stars blinking down like indifferent spectators. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, Juliet and Leo walk home, the weight of the day heavy on their shoulders. The streets glimmer with life, but each laugh is a reminder of what's at stake. Juliet's heart aches as she thinks of the children who might never know a world where the sea is blue and full of life. Fear twists in her gut, a physical manifestation of her helplessness. What future do they face? She reaches for Leo's hand, squeezing it tightly, and he looks up at her, his innocent gaze searching for reassurance. "Mom, can we go back tomorrow?" he asks, a plea wrapped in hope. The question cuts deep, a reminder of her promise to protect him, to shield him from the harsh truths of the world. "Yes, we'll go back," she manages to say, her voice trembling with a mix of commitment and dread. Every step feels like a march toward an uncertain fate, a slow dance with despair, but they will face it together. In those moments, she is reminded of the power of love, the fierce, unyielding love for her son, for the ocean, for the very essence of life that is at risk. The rally begins to unfold under the pale glow of street lamps, energy pulsating through the crowd, and Michel finds himself pulled into the tide of voices. Each shout, each chant, reverberates through his bones, igniting a spark long buried beneath layers of cynicism and fear. He looks around, faces illuminated with determination, and he realizes that he is not alone in this fight. Together, they are a wave rising against the tide of indifference, a force of nature demanding to be heard. Juliet finds herself meandering toward the rally, drawn by an invisible thread. The sounds of passion pull her in, each voice a note in a symphony of hope, a melody that stirs something deep within her. She arrives just in time to see Michel, his face lit with fervor, his spirit refusing to be quenched. The connection is instantaneous, electric, a recognition of shared struggle, a mirror reflecting her own fears and dreams. As their eyes lock, the intensity of the moment swells. They are united in their fight against a world teetering on the brink, each heartbeat echoing the urgent call for change. There's a pulse, a shared heartbeat, between them, resonating with the weight of their fears, hopes, and the undeniable truth that they are not merely fighting for themselves but for the soul of their children, for a future that hangs in the balance. In that charged atmosphere, something shifts. The lines that once divided them blur, and for a heartbeat, they are not just individuals, they are a collective force, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The tide has turned. The battle is far from over, but in this moment, they stand together, ready to face whatever comes next. And as the first stars flicker to life above them, the night hums with possibility. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as the sun dipped below the rooftops of Paris. Shadows stretched like fingers across the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of a city on the brink. A single gunshot shattered the eerie silence, echoing against the ancient stone. The sound hung in the air, a ghost that would linger long after the smoke cleared. I felt my heart stop, a moment suspended in time. This was not just a crisis, this was a reckoning. Juliet stood frozen, her breath shallow, her mind racing. She had always been a fighter, but this? This was a tempest of fear and uncertainty that threatened to engulf her whole. The protests had started as a whisper, murmurs of discontent growing louder, filled with the voices of the unheard. Now, they roared like a violent storm, shaking the very foundations of the Republic. She could see the faces of the crowd, anger and despair etched in every line. Brothers and sisters, united yet divided, caught in the crossfire of ideals and desperation. In the midst of the chaos, her brother, Luke, stood defiantly, fists clenched, eyes blazing with an intensity that bordered on madness. He was the heart of the movement, the beacon of hope for some, a reckless dreamer to others. But she knew him, he knew the pain that drove him, the echoes of their childhood playing in the back of his mind like a haunting refrain. I remember when we thought the world was ours to change, he had said, voice trembling with passion. I remember the dreams we shared, the laughter that felt like thunder. But now, that thunder had turned to a roar, and the laughter felt like a distant memory, drowned in the noise of despair. Luke, she shouted, her voice breaking through the chaos, desperate to reach him before he lost himself in the madness. He turned, eyes wide, full of a fire she both admired and feared. This isn't the way. We can't fight like this. But her words felt feeble, swallowed by the tide of anger swelling around them. He was determined, a comet on a crash course, and she was powerless to change his trajectory. Around them, the city breathed uneasily, a slumbering giant stirred to life. The clock tower struck midnight, its chimes echoing ominously, marking a turning point, an hour of reckoning. Time felt warped, as if every second stretched infinitely, filled with unspoken fears and unfulfilled dreams. I remembered the night spent dreaming under the stars, mapping a future that now felt impossibly out of reach. Do you think they'll listen? Luke's voice was low, a whisper drowned out by the cacophony. She could feel the weight of his hope pressing against her chest, a heavy stone threatening to pull her under. But she wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this delusion. They never listen. They only see our rage, not our hearts. In that moment, the crowd surged, a living wave of humanity drawn to the heat of the struggle. Juliet felt it too, the urgent need to belong, to fight for something greater. The ghosts of history hovered near, specters of revolutions past, and she wondered if they felt the same as she did now, caught in the throes of destiny, both thrilling and terrifying. Together, we'll make them see, Luke pleaded, and there it was again, the dream, the impossible dream that made her heart ache. But had they not learned from the past? From the blood-soaked pages of history that whispered warnings? Luke, listen to me. Change can't come from violence. It can't be built on the ashes of what we destroy. The words fell like stones, heavy against the fragile air, but he shook his head, a storm brewing in his eyes. Then, the tension snapped like a taut string. Another shot rang out, a deafening crack that split the night, sending people scattering like leaves in the wind. Fear surged, a tidal wave crashing over them, and in that moment, Juliet was no longer just a witness, she was a participant in a tragedy unfolding, her heart pounding in time with the chaos. She could see the fear and rage morphing into something darker, a hunger for blood that twisted the faces of the crowd into masks of fury. Juliet! Luke's voice pierced through the din, raw and frantic. He reached for her, but the crowd surged again, and she lost sight of him. Panic threaded through her veins. She fought against the tide, desperate to find him, to pull him back from the brink. The world around her blurred, faces morphing into shadows, and she found herself lost inside a heartbeat, a frantic rhythm of fear and love. Memories of their childhood bled into the present, running through the fields, laughter that rang like bells, the dreams they wove together under the vastness of the night sky. We were going to change the world, remember, she whispered to the night, a prayer that felt futile yet necessary, a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. But as the chaos escalated, she knew they were at a crossroads, a choice to fight or to heal. The shadows whispered warnings, echoes of history reminding them of the endless cycles of violence. The ghosts of revolution stood at the edges of her consciousness, their eyes pleading for understanding, for love to prevail over hatred. And just as the night felt the heaviest, she fought through the crowd, searching for Luke, her heart a drum beating with urgency. Each person she passed felt like a note in a symphony of despair, a reminder of the tension that hung in the air. The city, once a tapestry of dreams, now felt like a prison of fear. I remember the weight of history pressing down on me, every heartbeat sinking with the city's pulse, a reminder that this was not just about them, it was about a future, a republic that hung in the balance. The line between hope and despair blurred, and in that moment of chaos, Juliet realized they were all part of something greater, a collective heartbeat yearning for understanding in a world that had forgotten how to listen. But the confrontation was near, the storm gathering force, and as she pushed forward, she could already feel the shadows closing in, the echoes of destiny whispering promises both frightening and exhilarating. The future was a swirling tempest, a landscape filled with unrealized dreams and shattered ideals, waiting for someone to rise, to break the cycle, to find a way forward in the dark.